Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you with another Sea of Spears Sunday, straight out of Highgarden, where we arrived with that perfect, picturesque Disney view last session.
So
After
we're
having,
Nymaryans with attitude in WA.
yeah, yeah,
I should have gotten a picture.
after making, after riding over the mountains, but and then down the coast, making your way out of the Westerlands, hanging out with the Kraykalls a little bit, making your way further down the ocean road into the Reach proper, um, riding the last leg of the journey with Parman Crane and Meredith Crane in tow, um, which livens up the uh, the ride a bit. Mary's always fun to hang out with, unless you're Luke, in which case she's a wistful, bittersweet fun to hang out with. Um, and we have arrived at Highgarden, cresting one last hill, and then getting this gorgeous look at this Disney castle of Highgarden with these manicured gardens all around it and gently rolling hills. And it is postcard perfect, right? You can tell that they are aware of that view because this view is also where you are officially being greeted. Right as you crest that hill, there's some distant trumpet fanfare and some doot doot of some toot toots on some horns, and you see a small host of predominantly reachmen that is prepared to escort you the rest of the way. But riding out from that small host with all these banners snapping in the wind comes a force of 7 riders. And this kind of snapshot of their arrival was right where we left off last session. In the center of this group of hosts is Lord Mace Tyrell, the Lord of the Reach. He is not homely. He is not stupid. He is not foolish. But he is not Tyrell exceptional. So he often looks a little homely and seems stupid and foolish, and the Lady Olenna enjoys calling him such. In truth, he's just an unremarkable fellow. Um, uh, but because the generation above him is the Lady Olenna, and because the generation of his children are all in their own way kind of archetypal, ubermensch of upbringing crossed with good genetics, etc. He comes off as looking kind of frumpy, and he's also, he's thoroughly middle-aged, which doesn't do him any favors, hanging out with Loras Tyrell, right? Like, but he again, he's not a bad-looking dude. It's just that he's also in the middle of a really good-looking lineup. So he's the oldest guy in this lineup. He's in the worst shape. His hair is the thinnest. But it's honestly, he's just the average dude, right? He is charisma 12 in a lineup of charisma 16 to 18 plus, right? So he's square in the center of this lineup because also he is your host. He's the Lord of the Reach. He's the Warden of the South. He's the Lord Highgarden. It's a big deal. On one wing of this little formation comes a trio of friends from the Stormlands, with Lord Renly of House Baratheon, the Lord of Storm's End, riding on Mace Tyrell's left. So, like, that's 2 of the most powerful men in Westeros that have come trotting up to you lot on their horses to say hello. Next to him is Lord Beric Dondarrion, the dashing lightning lord. I believe you've made his acquaintance a time or two in the past. And he is very dressed fancy for this. He reminds you of how he looked the first time you met him in um,
King's London.
I kept wanting to say Kingsgate, and I knew that that wasn't the right word. But he is dressed into that sort of finery, which he has not often worn since. Because even when he was going to meet you guys in Dorne, like A, it's Dorne, and B, like you guys were on campaign, or it was a tournament or whatever. But he's all fancy, and it looks pretty sharp. He knows what he's doing with the wardrobe and with the striking colors of House Dondarrion, and this primarily dark outfit with those slashes of lightning on the cloak, um, and with the lightning being in some cloth of silver so that it shimmers compared to all the rest of it. He looks like he knows what he's doing, and he looks like he knows that he knows what he's doing, and etc. etc. And then, looking rather rough-hewn compared to those two, the last one on that wing to the left is Sir Balin of House Swan, who is the most handsome knight in the world to one of you. And I hope it's
Not just
Balin.
one.
But you do notice something a little different about your knightly husband, Lady Baela.
Oh yeah.
First off, it's not a change in like hairstyle or beard or whatever. He is staying clean shaven, which helps him stand out a little from the rest. But on his hip is a faintly familiar looking sword that all of you first saw in King's Landing
Oh,
on the hip of a Dornish mercenary,
holy shit.
and that you last saw lying atop the body of your cousin, the Will of Will, as he was being brought into the caves beneath the Castle Will. And Balin doesn't speak about it directly, but you can tell his hand's a little kind of awkward on his belt, because instead of having his morning star kind of hanging there by a tether, he's got the Valyrian steel sword Scorpion on his hip, the protector of the Will lands. And you could tell he's still kind of getting used to it, just how his offhand is. So without meaning to, he's drawing a lot of attention to it. It's not like he's a stranger to a sword. It's just the least of his like specializations in melee, right? But yeah, he's looking a little or feeling a little new to it. So it actually makes it stand out a little bit more. But yeah, so it looks like he might have a little story to tell. On the other wing of Lord Mace Tyrell is the Tyrell boys out there raising hell and up to no good. Farthest from him on the
Meaning
right,
no harm.
is the youngest, Sir Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, who has on a very carefully formal and smiling face. He is posing for a family photo face, right? But he looks good and he knows it. He is wearing a gleaming breastplate that you know is not part of a suit of full plate. It is made exactly for this sort of thing when wearing full armor isn't appropriate. But it's custom made for being part of a fancy outfit, right? And it's got the crawling leaf-like vines with the roses here and there. The roses themselves are painted on gold. The rest of it is just gleaming and shining steel. It's all very fancy. Next to him is the slightly less fancy, but perhaps more to your tastes, Sir Garland Tyrell, who is Loras, about 40 pounds bulkier and a couple years older, and with a neatly trimmed beard. His beard is just short and neat, It's not in like a little just the chin or just the spade, but it's a very neatly groomed beard. Um, and Sir Garland is just wearing a doublet instead of overt armor, etc., etc. And he is smiling at what feels like to be more genuine warmth than Loris, which might just be Garland being a little more genuinely warm person than Loris, or it might be Loris still having a bit of pricklish resentment or the like. And then, last and not least, at least to one of you, is the eldest Tyrell boy, Willis. Willis is closer to Garland than he is to Loris. You can tell that he was on his way to being larger and bulkier, and then he kind of stopped trying so hard and eating so much protein and all that. So he's left, just looking tall and fit instead of perhaps rugged. And he does have a beard, but it's a very small, spade-shaped beard that accentuates this point to his chin, which also makes him look even taller and leaner than Garland. And it's his hair is shorter than either Garland or Loris. Instead of like flowing to his shoulders and that sort of thing, it's a short, neater trim. But there's absolutely no mistaking that they are brothers. The largest physical difference between them is one that is actually being subtly covered up by the expert tailing of his, or tailor, is it tailoring? Yeah, the tailoring of his pants. And you can tell his pants are custom with like the two legs not actually matching so that one isn't billowing weirdly or, it's like these Tyrells, you think they might know a thing or two about fashion and presentation. But you can still, there's no mistaking that one leg is twisted and that foot is at an unfortunate angle in the stirrup. But that is Willis Tyrell, your betrothed, Rhaena, who is giving you and only you. Everyone else is looking kind of politely at everyone, right? But he has his head on like a gyroscope, and it is locked on Rhaena, and he looks as breathless as though he came running up here instead of riding. And for someone that's supposed to know how to ride a horse, his horse sure looks a little anxious and energetic, almost like it's picking up on his tension and nervousness that he's hiding on his face, but that Addam, for instance, knows all too well. A horse can feel when you're nervous about something. So Willis is giving a kind of breathless smile, and he looks a hair's breadth away from opening his mouth to start talking when he catches himself and Lord Mace Tyrell, using that cinematic trick that they often use for like kids in the classroom when they're fading out and thinking about something else and the teacher's just droning in the distance, like Charlie Brown adult style. That's Lord Mace Tyrell right now. You guys know that you're getting some big flowery greeting, but it's hard to listen to it and take him seriously when you're wondering what's up with Balin and that sword, and how exactly did Lord Beric cut his cape at that perfect length, and how, most of you just have something else to be distracted by than the flowery politeness of Mace Tyrell.
And let's not forget that Addam's romantic heart is probably just 10 times its usual size.
Which is very dangerous. You're lucky there are maesters nearby.
Well, we are lined up nearly so dramatically. We weren't planning on this.
Well, shit, I don't think we brought enough people for another trial by 7.
I know.
Luke should have said it out loud. I assume between winces of pain on his horse.
Well, luckily some of our family are already here.
Well, my Lord Tyrell is talking, and I.
Yeah, and it's we welcome you, and all the people of the Reach welcome you, and all the members of House Tyrell welcome you, and of course also all the members of House Redwine and the rest of our kin, such as my lady Allery Hightower, and all of right, like he's just going through this big, flowery. Everyone from the Reach welcomes you, and he's just kind of going on and on.
He's doing the
and
thing.
and it's very polite, and you're sure that you're supposed to be paying attention, but it's just a little out of focus.
Adam will be trying to pay attention because then he'll know like when the polite moment to respond is. But yeah, he's definitely distracted by just all of this. This whole thing.
And Rhaena's like really trying to pay attention, but she's not. I mean,
Baela's looking at Balin, giving him an eyebrow and like looking down at his sword. She's like,
she's all like,
So, having not seen each other for months, Baela immediately waggles her eyebrows and stares at her husband's dick. Got it.
Yeah, I guess there's two swords then.
So eventually,
Oh my God.
after a few moments of droning into this, you get this kind of sheepish look from Balin, and he raises his eyebrows back, and you can kind of see his thought bubble of like, he's not either of our lords. So Balin gives just a little wiggle of his heels, and his horse slowly breaks the formation to kind of sidle up towards Baela. In the same instant, Willis relaxes the reins enough that his horse does what he knows he wants it to do, and he's like, "Somebody else broke formation. I'm gonna go up there now." Right? And his horse kind of lurches forward a little. Lord Beric Dondarrion will approach Addam, just so that Balin and Willis don't get into trouble. And after a brief pause, Garland is also going to ride forward to approach Luke. So Renly is left a half a horse length behind Mace Tyrell, kind of rolling his
somebody
eyes
needs to say that
and
out loud.
looking like he's gonna.
Half a horse behind again.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So Renly stays in formation, looking good, and he's just kind of sheepish, and Loris also stays put, and he looks a little like, I can't believe Father isn't even stopping his talking for this, like where they're breaking, But let's start with Balin, since he went first. And as he approaches, he does give a little tug on the side of his reins, so that his horse kind of slides up to you sideways. And it's partially to present that hip, but then also as he gets in close, he reaches across and like grabs the saddle horn of your horse, so he can lean over and gives you a kiss in the middle of Lord Mace just droning on. And honored guests, and he just keeps going. Like he pauses for a moment, but then he is kind of like, Sir Balin isn't sworn to me. I guess he's not, doesn't have to do what I say. And those two are married, right? You can see the kind of gears turning. And he, so Sir Balin kind of leans across, and gives you a kiss, and then he kind of straightens up, and he goes, "Look what I found."
Yeah, how interesting of a find that you should bring all the way here.
The day that I was leaving to first ride, the day after your grandfather joined us at Will, and we were leaving the next day to leave the Stoneway and make our way through the Stormlands, that steward fellow, the old one with the name I still can't pronounce, and he blushes a little. Out of character, I've never named the guy. I just thought it would be kind of funny if it was some weird Dornish name, but that he can't trill the R right, or something like that. Because he He just give it to me. And they said I should use it to keep the blood royal safe, and that I'm now the protector of Will.
Oh,
Wow.
So I think they mean to let me keep it. I think it means maybe they like me after all.
I think that's a good sign. Even I couldn't really read them on.
And they were
He
being
may
a
enjoy the
bit,
cult. Be careful.
they were being a bit standoffish to Balin, never in a rude way.
Mhm.
And you are still definitely the lady of Will to them, but they were always treating him as like just your plus one. Like, oh, I suppose her guest is staying again, right? Like they were just a little bit insular against him. Never enough to be rude, but often just like bowing and doing what he said instead of saying a yes, my lord, or right, like just being a little bit little standoffish. But it looks like maybe he did a pretty good job of keeping an eye on the place while you were away, and they changed their mind.
Well, let's take this as a positive sign and welcome you as a Dornishman. I give him a wink as I say that.
I'll let you tell my father instead of me having to do it.
Maybe I'll use slightly different words when we tell that story to him.
And then he just kind of he nods. He goes, "Hi, hello."
Yeah, it's been some time.
hello.
Hi.
Nice to meeting you here.
So that'll be the first minute or so of their getting reacquainted. Who do we want to go to next?
Well, I mean, Willis started moving next.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, that was a fast answer. All right, well, yeah,
That's
he
fast.
did. So yeah,
I thought we were going in the order of what we moved first.
we were. I was just being funny. I was gonna torture Felicia by going, having,
Oh, I mean, I'm happy to like.
nah,
go
it's
next.
fine. It's fine. So Willis's horse is high stepping, with this just nervous energy, and kind of so is he. And he gives you this smile as his horse finally stops, probably a few feet closer than he meant for it to. He doesn't get as close as Balin did with his lovely lady bride, your twin, but it's still a little closer than he probably meant to get. And he's just looking at you with a smile on his face. And you have the conversational initiative here.
I'm gonna say that for the first time ever in the PC's experience, except maybe Baela, Rhaena blushes. And she gives him a smile. It's just quite the welcome. I'm afraid I feel we're rather underdressed in our road outfits.
No, it's lovely. You're lovely. It's all quite lovely. It is fine to see that Garland was spinning no lies when he spoke to me of you, and that Loris was.
She floors the
And he says it with a big brother grin on his face.
How absolute dare!
And that's the look she
Yeah.
cut
Can I
to
fight
Loris.
him? Fight him.
You gotta put, I am Willis Tyrell, my lady, and I am at your service.
Hello. I am Lady Rhaena Nymaryen, and
You're at my service.
rather the same. I'm also very happy that your brother did not mislead me either.
I had hoped perhaps that when first I met you, I could leave Garland and Loris behind in the distance far away, that they might not distract you, and perhaps also Lord Beric and Renly, and truthfully, Sir Balin.
Oh, storm boards.
I think, but I am pleased that you have eyes for me.
I'm gonna die from how romantic it is.
I'll be honest. I had grown rather trepidatious over the last few days as we grew closer to Highgarden. And I'm now most eager to spend more time in your company.
And his grin kind of breaks out again. He goes, "Well, good. I believe I've some sort of event planned at the end of the week, but I should be free after that till the stranger finds me."
Well, then I will endeavor to keep you busy.
Well then, quite well. Welcome to Highgarden, my lady. And he manages a pretty natty little bow from the saddle.
Anyway, Rhaena will actually like move her horse up. Like, I know that he's facing the opposite direction, so that they're like. She'll pull up next to him, like if we stop at an intersection to talk window to window.
Right. She pulls up, yeah.
Like they do in Cleveland.
Rev your horses.
Yeah. She rolls the window down.
Please join me, my lord. I would greet your father before he grows more dry from all of his talking.
Yes. Father, look who I found. And he gives a little grin. He goes, and he doesn't like reach for your reins or anything, but he does under his breath. You just hear a little as he's turning his horse around, and your horse follows him. It's just like, okay, I'm going this way. It just kind of follows him and his horse. And he goes, look, Father, I got the right one. I'll admit, I used Sir Balin's pick as a bit of a guide, but and Lord Mace has by this point just kind of dwindled off. He kind of just petered out once it was clear that most of his people had left and nobody was listening. And this renews him, however, and Lord Mace pulls himself upright in the saddle again and kind of puffs out his chest a little. And he gives you a smile that makes him look like a Tyrell for a moment. And he manages a neat little bow from the saddle also. And he says, my lady Rhaena, Highgarden welcomes you.
I am most honored and excited to be here, my lord. Thank you so much for your warm greeting for myself and my family. As I indicate my people.
Yeah. So Lord Beric was approaching Addam, the caped duos. At least I'm assuming Adam's wearing an appropriate cape while on the road. I want to assume.
Adam always wears a good cape.
But Lord Beric instead just he rides up and he pulls up alongside you. Like he slows and then slowly approaches to make sure he's not like spooking your horse or anything. And instead of anything else, he then just kind of leans on the saddle horn pretty casually. And he goes, You're looking good in the saddle. Had some practice of late.
Yes, I have. Thank you, my lord.
Good, good. A fine horse, well ridden.
Thank you. I had heard that there was going to be some riding this week, so.
We're in Highgarden. We would be lucky to avoid it.
And is Ned within? We're looking forward to seeing him.
He's the short one back there beneath the banner of Starfall. Uh, Lord Mace was dead set on there being 7 of us.
Well,
Thought about sneaking the lad under my cloak, but something about the dignity of the Lord of Starfall may have been impugned a bit.
Blah blah blah.
well, we'll see him momentarily then.
Okay.
Soon enough, I'm certain.
Mm-hmm. Nice
You look-
keep.
Thank you. You look well, Addam. Travel agrees with you.
Thank you. Never been told that before. I mean, I did know that we were going to be approaching today and made sure that I didn't look too scruffy.
Good lad. He says, with 3 or 4 years older than you, but it's a big couple
I
of years.
thought he was like.
I don't know. He was like early 20s, so I guess he's about 5 years older than you. But
Sure, yeah. Like for some reason in my head he was like 25, so I thought he was like maybe about 7 years.
anyway,
Yeah.
then we had Garland approaching Luke, and yours is, sorry, Robert, the least intimate of the greetings.
Oh.
He doesn't just ride up and kiss Luke on the mouth or anything like that.
That's disappointing.
But he
Well,
he
not
kinda-
in front of everybody.
he kind of rides up, and as he's doing so, his horse kind of twists its hindquarters around, so that he's off to the side, kind of facing the group and you, and then he just kind of leans over in the saddle and he goes, I just didn't want to leave you alone up here. It's good to see you again, sir.
Bro.
It's appreciated. Luke's not his armor. He's wearing loose-fitting clothes because everything hurts.
Right?
And he's gonna give him a nod. Let's move our mouths like we're talking about interesting things and not confuse them.
Of course, if you hadn't gotten a personalized greeting from one of us, my father would be expecting you to have been listening all along, and I know how that can feel. You know how it is, a middle child.
I appreciate it, Sir Garland.
And
Now, this road to Highgarden, it's gentle, right? Well paved.
all the hills in the Reach are, but yes,
Those are fine. It's the mountains I prefer to avoid at the moment.
Indeed, I'd heard you fell down one, or one landed atop you, I think, or perhaps a bit of both.
A little of both.
I've
In the least interesting way possible, to be honest.
I've met him at tourneys before. It's good to see that you're alive. And he offers you a, warrior handshake thing with a bit less banter and a bit more sincerity than before. And we'll say that about by that time is when Rhaena had been dragged up in front of Lord Mace, and Lord Mace kind of runs out of steam. And once Lord Mace says to Rhaena that that she is most welcome here,
And then I indicated everybody else whenever I was
and everybody kind of starts to drift, from where your little caravan stopped, and Parman and Mary ride up and start greeting a few people, and Lady Alisane comes kind of stomping awkwardly up atop her pony, with little Robert a little smoother on his pony, and once the ranks have kind of broken, you do see the banner of Starfall come darting out from the group, as
I can go now.
as Ned kind of races up to meet you guys as everybody's turning and heading towards Highgarden. And he, of course, breathlessly rides up to Luke, to leap into his arms and kiss him square on the mouth.
This is a whole thing. We're keeping it secret till now, but it's out.
No, but no, he comes galloping up, and his horse skids the last few feet as it digs its hooves in to just barely stop. And you know that a year ago that would have spooked your horse, but this year it's good. You've got a little more practice in the saddle. You're comfortable again, and you trust Ned not to run into you, so you're pick up on that. So for a moment you're like, yeah, I am getting better at this. Lord Baraka's right, right? It's just like, yeah, and then there's Ned, your friend, just right there. His horse having slewed to a stop, and he's dragging its reins around its turn it so that he is riding next to you.
Oh, there it was, Robert. There's the drift.
Highgarden drift.
Wow.
It was. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that just gives you a big kind of sheepish grin, and he's like, "Hello, Addam."
It's so good to see you, Ned. And I'm having a very firm and loving clap on the shoulder.
Yeah, and he grins and goes, "Look at you, all fancy as though you hadn't just come riding all this way from Seven Hells, the twins, I guess." Like, technically, that was the farthest you got from here, so it seems like that was the math he was using,
Well, here's the trick. The last night I knew that we were going to be arriving at Highgarden today, and I prepared.
Lord Barrack said you might.
Well, yes. Well, he knows as well as I do the importance of a good first impression.
He goes, "Speaking of those," and he gives you a little elbow in the ribs, and then kind of nods over towards Rhaena. He goes, "How'd that go? It looks like it went well. I couldn't hear, I could barely see, but look how close they're riding."
I think that they're quite taken with one another already. It's so romantic. He was just, his breath was taken away when he saw her.
And he just kind of grins. He's like, "Good. My Aunt Illyria is here. So you can meet her." Yeah.
I look forward to meeting her.
Because it's a wedding, and ladies like those. But it's a big wedding, so she could excuse leaving Starfall.
Yes. How long have you been here? Did you?
Well, we rode north, and then we waited at Lord Bryce Caron's at Nightsong until your father and everyone else came over from the east. And then we rode...
Grandfather, you mean?
Sorry, what did I say?
You said father.
But yeah, sorry, grandfather. Yeah, and then we traveled with them all the way here. We got here 4 days ago now, so we've been here in Highgarden for a bit. We made better time than I thought. Everyone said or worried that your Lord Grandfather would be slow on the road, but his carriage kept up a good pace.
Oh yes, when Grandfather wants to be somewhere, he doesn't mess about.
Well, I think he wanted to be here then.
I'm saying fucking nothing.
Well, I mean, this is a good place for riding, so I'm hoping we'll get to do that together again. So we haven't rode content together for a while. Over a year.
We'll have lots of chances, I'm sure. The Lady Olenna has made it clear that we all have a busy schedule that can't begin until the bride chooses to make her appearance. But
She cross.
I mean,
Well, I mean,
It's hard to tell.
I realized as the words came out of my mouth, I realized it was a stupid question.
But she, I think she might have been talking to Lord Barrack again. About
Again?
that lady Bulwer.
Oh, Lady Allison, yes.
She keeps looking at me, Adam,
Well,
Adam.
and
well, you are a very handsome young man, so
and and Lord Barrick says maybe they'll make it a double wedding, and
Yanking
I
his
don't
leg.
think that they will.
I mean, I can hear the dread in your voice, Ned.
But I said maybe then they'd make it a triple wedding since my aunt's here. But he just laughed and said he hopes so. And then they kissed and it didn't work like I wanted.
Backfired on him.
Well, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You are the lord of your house. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And riding away is always an option.
But it is the Lady Olenna though, so I kinda don't know
But
how
I mean,
much that counts.
if you're out of earshot, she can't run very fast. It's fine.
Yeah, but she's got grandsons for that.
I'm sure she has more important plans for her grandsons than chasing you.
I hope.
Is there?
Oh.
Is there? What can I do to help you?
You could marry Alicent Bulwer. But I guess it's too late for that. Nope. Lady Olenna still has that arrow in her quiver and pointed straight at me.
Well, then I shall have to make extra effort to set her up with someone else.
We'll see. I mean, she's not a bad match or nothing, and she's okay.
She's a nice girl. I mean,
Actually,
I don't think she would
Yeah.
be as. She's very sweet, but I don't think you have a lot in common. But that's not necessarily important.
But it's good that you're all here now. Maybe everyone will be a little less nervous.
He's like,
But-
maybe Lady Olenna will stop talking to me so much.
Yes, I think. Well, certainly now I'm here, she'll be too busy criticizing me and my decisions to worry about you for at least a little while.
He gives a cheerful grin and slaps you on the back, like you're doing him a solid.
I mean, like, there's a kind of tacit agreement there that Addam will do his best to run interference.
Wow.
So that is, we'll focus on that friendly banter. And during that, this retinue of Knights of the Reach fall into formation next to you lot, kind of, arrayed on both sides and riding your, guiding you in safely, as though bandits are a threat or whatever. It's just this fancy honor guard in all their gleaming armor
It
and
may
stuff.
be mostly for show, but I feel genuinely relaxed with them
Nice.
here.
You're like, at least the mountain would need a little bit of time. They would buy me long enough to get away. Yeah, it's fine.
They say words don't hurt, and it might certainly be true given our recent injuries. Certainly might not hurt as much.
So I just want to say, like, Adam's definitely not going to leave anyone ungreeted. Like, he is also going to make a point of greeting Lord Mace and, like, effusively greeting Lord Renly and Sir Loris, and, like, appear to be happy to see them both.
Equally happy to see them both.
Like, appeared to be happy to see both of them.
Oh,
Yes.
he is actually going to be somewhat happy to see them, but he's just going to. He's being careful to appear equally happy to see them.
Yes. And everyone, pleasantries are exchanged with everyone. Lady Alicent kind of leers up at Lord Renly a bit, who blushes a little before politely greeting her, and she and in the course of everyone turning and riding, she gives Mace Tyrell a slap on the shoulder that is absolutely uncalled for levels of physical closeness that she does not pick up on anyone being nervous about. And like I said, Sir Parman and Meredith greet their lord and his sons, and etc. etc. And the Strongboar exchanges pleasantries with a couple folk, and yeah, so everybody is crisscrossing greetings for those of you that aren't completely lost in someone else's eyes and the way their hips sway in the saddle. Everybody is civil.
Speak for yourself.
Um,
Renly's here, for fuck's sake. And
Right.
Carlin.
for the record, I did spend some time these last few weeks picking out some actors and actresses for the pretty people.
Oh, nice.
For the record, I've settled on for Sir Garland, and we're sticking with, for those that are from the show, their cast, right? Marjorie Tyrell is Natalie Dormer, etc., and you know, Loris has an actor, you know, Finn, whatever his name.
He's the Iron Fist. Oh, not a good one.
He's both. He's both. But for Sir Garland, I'd settled on Sam Heughan. I believe it's pronounced Heughan. He's the guy from, I think it's Outlander, is the name of that show. But if you do a search for Sam Heughan beard, you can see some shots of him with a beard, and he's got a very
he's quite handsome.
Right?
He's got a chin that I think could belong to Loris Tyrell's brother, right? Like he's got a chin that I think fits that actor, but he is a little brawnier than the actor that we know for Loris. So I was like, yeah, I'm good at this. And then
Perfectly cast, me.
excellent work, Rusty. You're a genius. And then what I'm picturing for Lord Willis. Get
Anybody
ready,
who says
Felicia.
otherwise is wrong.
Yeah, for this
My
for this
fingers are
image
ready
search.
to type. Let's go.
Yes, to type. Correct, of course, that's all. It is Jamie Dornan.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there we go. It's the guy from 50 Shades, etc., etc.
Oh.
He is
Yeah.
another handsome fellow that is not quite as bulky as Sam Heughan, right? But he's still, you know, tall and lean and strong-ish.
I think
And
he
he's
has their
also
jaw.
He's also got that jawline. I'm like,
Yeah,
I felt like I was, you know, these
they
are
all
all,
I think could be cousins, if nothing else.
yeah. So yeah, there you go. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Ladies and
Thanks
gents.
A lot.
Yep, you're welcome. Good. Have fun with those image
I'll prepare a
searches.
packet later for anybody who's interested.
Yeah, just thought I'd kind of drop those in because I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are like perfect. Because I was just, you know, you wanted a little bit more rugged version of, you know, the Iron Fist Jones. That's his last name, Jones. Finn Jones. And they both look a little older and just bigger than him, but there's that jaw, right? Like, so it's like,
He does look like their kid brother.
right? I'm like,
It's
so yeah.
almost like there are aesthetic conventions in visual media.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
almost
it.
like-
That's
Almost
not
like
likely.
Hollywood knows what they're looking for.
Central
Uh,
casting.
Yeah. So the ride back is certainly pleasant. Everyone is fine, and then waiting in the courtyard as you make your way. There's this like straight shot. The grounds surrounding Highgarden are all well manicured gardens, and from up here on horseback, you can see that some of them are like garden mazes, and you can see an assortment of like statues and fountains, and it looks like each section of this grand garden maze kind of has a landmark or a treat in the middle with some fountain or statue or both, you know, and there's, you know, it's all very picturesque from just being up on horseback enough to kind of see the layout. But you are on this one road that is just a straight shot through the middle of all of it. And there are men-at-arms from House Tyrell lining that road, and like
Oh.
every fourth man has a banner. And as uh, Lord Mace rides by, the banners get like snapped upright to attention, but like all the banners are held at an angle initially, and then like as he gets there, they're kind of opening the way, and it's all pretty fancy and pretty impressive. Uh, their armor is maybe a little shiny for your liking. You guys are used to your scouts and guerrillas and stuff down in Dorne, and you're like, these guys kind of look like toy soldiers, but like they do look like very fancy toy soldiers. So maybe they make the toy soldiers look like them for a reason, you know. So it's a very military dress type of vibe. That is perhaps a little impractical looking by Dornish standards, but it could also just, you know, be how they roll up here. So there's that, and then behind the men-at-arms are the small folk of Highgarden, and you can tell, looking at the baskets that some of them have, baskets of rose petals were handed out to the crowd,
Of course
so
they
that
were.
so that enough of them would have rose petals to throw, and they're not all like golden/yellow rose petals, um, but you're left with this kind of rain of rose petals falling and then being stirred by the horses as they walk past, and the small folk are cheering, and you hear, uh, you know, Tyrell, Tyrell, and Lord Mace, and Lord Rhaena, or Lord Willis, Lady Rhaena, Lady Rhaena, and all of you end up hearing your name at some point. Uh, the person yelling it might have no idea who you are, but you get the feeling that they may have been told, "Listen,
These are the names.
you yell this name." There are several Addam the Archers that call out and that remind you of kind of how that grassroots nickname got started. And
Yeah.
and it's hard for it to feel fake instead of nice, though, because even if the adoration of the small folk towards you isn't sincere, the small folk do adore House Tyrell enough to go through with this sort of thing, and House Tyrell adores you enough to have arranged it. So even if on a rational level you're like, this is fake, you're like, but it still is kind of sincere,
Oh, for
and
sure.
it
It
still
certainly
means something, you know. Yeah.
does.
So,
And
uh,
it still definitely feels nice as well because like
yeah,
Adam was definitely worried that he had lost that title after Lannisport, so it's nice to hear it again. And also, just Lady Olenna wouldn't put the effort into like giving him a like getting like drumming up a buy name if she didn't care about him at least a
yeah.
little.
She invested in it.
Yeah.
She bought shirts. Yeah. So
Get
it's
fired out of a cannon.
yeah.
She has
Someone's gonna
shirts made.
someone has a t-shirt trebuchet back there.
Boom.
So it's and this ride is in slow motion officially, like in our movie of this, right? It's that sort of half real feeling. This is not Westeros feeling, you know, like some rich person's riding through King's Landing right now, getting horse patties thrown at them, and their name cursed by the starving small folk. And here in the Reach, instead, we get this, you know, and it's all a little like this just doesn't. This is nice. This is nice, right? So
Same here.
yeah. So and then the gates to Highgarden are closed until this like parade, which it is now, until this parade gets within sight. And then after a gesture from Lord Mace, the big green painted gates go slowly swinging open, and you see your Lord Grandfather, sitting in the courtyard, um, hauling himself to his feet in front of a chair, uh, seated next to him, and hauling herself to her feet with the help of Lord Maekar Nymaryen is the Lady Olenna. The two of them look like a wise old king and queen out of a storybook for a moment. And then they are flanked by people that are not sitting, and were not given those chairs. Um, but there is no mistaking um, a lot of people you know. They are immediately flanked, and kind of hovering behind them is Maester Ferris, looking quite young and strong in comparison to the two of them. And you can tell he's like ready if the standing up is okay, they're fine, yay! And he's cheering along with all the small folk and stuff. And looming off on your grandfather's side is the lanky old Sir Addam Bridington, next to the squatter and rounder Sir Derek Fossaway, next to the in-between Sir Garrus Drinkwater, uh, and having refused a chair and instead he's propped up on his crutches, is Sir Will of the Bells, Woolly Will, who is standing there. Septon Jim is standing next to Woolly Will, not quite hovering the way Maester Ferris was, but you can tell that Septon Jim is like self-appointed. I'm going to help if this old man falls over. And Aunt Elia, who's about 3 steps in front of everybody and throws her arms out wide
I'm
when
gonna
she
wave to
sees
her
you
specifically.
to make it kind of look and feel like it's all her thing, right? So she's not quite in line. Um, and then on the other side, on Elena Tyrell's side, is the Lady Mina Redwine, now married into House Tyrell, and the granddaughters of um, the Lady Olenna are right near her, and that is Marjorie Tyrell, who of course is played by Natalie Dormer, and Desmera Redwine, who is played by Anya Taylor-Joy,
Oh,
who to me could totally be a cousin to Natalie Dormer. They've both got the eyes; they've got those doe eyes. Um, so Lady
You're not
Elena's
wrong.
granddaughters are standing there, and daughter and granddaughters are right there, along with um, the Lady Allery, now of formerly of House Hightower, Mace's wife. Lady Olena's daughter by marriage, so her daughters and granddaughters are right near her, and then it kind of trickles off, fading to her side of the line. You see more. The Lady Alysain of House Bulwer is there, who's kind of become a ward of Lady Olenna, and Lady Janna Tyrell, who's wed to John Fossaway, um, who is not immediately apparent. He might be one of the knights that was escorting you lot. Lady Bethany Rowan, you do make out the 3 Tyrell girls that you met before, Alla, Eleanor, and Mega, that are all about 15 now, and they are all standing, um, looking a few years shy of being their cousins Desmera and Marjorie. Like they're all cut from that same kind of mold, and are wearing similar cuts of dress. Not enough to be dressed all just like each other, but clearly the height of reach fashion is on display, and they're looking very fancy. And those 3 younger girls on the end do have their own baskets that absolutely match these baskets of flowers that you saw behind you.
Of
So
course.
you can tell that those girls kind of wheedled their way into getting a couple. Um, and yeah, it's just this storybook opening of these doors into Highgarden to see this family of what will soon be all yours, um, standing there and waiting to greet you, and then your kind of parade slowly makes its way up, and then you see Lady Olenna turn her head and bark something, and then the girls all rush up. The three, the three other Tyrell girls, the cousins, Alla, Eleanor, and Mega, and they rush up with their baskets, and they've got bread and salt in them, and it's all been diced into little easily dippable chunks, and they start to go up and down the line with this perfect little curtsy to each and every person, and it's here, my lord, here, my lady, here, sir, here, my lord, here, right? And this just perfect cultured little formal greeting that will make each of you officially a guest here. So it is a courtyard full of people that you know and love, or are very pretty, or both. And it's also this just sort of like Disney perfect moment. Um, so,
Definitely take some of the bread and salt. Luke is looking around though, trying to find somebody he's not seen yet.
Oh,
lining the edges of the courtyard are the assembled lords and ladies and knights and squires. Those that are not immediately in the family or the personal retinue of your lord grandfather. And that does, yes, include the Lady Vaelena Toland. She is arrayed off to the side, almost the only other kind of Dornish person here. You guys are looking a little light on Dorne, which was expected. But she is standing in a place of relative honor next to Lord Bryce Caron and his new young bride, and Sir Roland Storm and Red Roddick Connington. Oh, and since you're looking in that direction, where some of the assembled lords and ladies and knights are, Sir Nathan Lucas.
Oh,
Oh.
Cool.
there's an old cut.
And he is dressed in the finery of House Lucas, and he is looking kind of craggy and handsome. Again, he's got a rugged build, a different sort of jawline like a battleship, and this broken nose, but he's not a bad looking dude. But yeah, he's there and he's looking all cleaned up. His hair is pulled back in a tight little short ponytail, and also standing at his arm is a tall and pale and beautiful and kind of frail looking young lady who looks to be about 15 or 16 years old. So you're able to notice all that at a glance, and as soon as your attention is on that flank, the Lady Vaelena Toland breaks ranks and strides towards you with her long legs, with a little more rebellious look on her face than when Sir Balin was like, hey, what's he gonna do? He's not our lord. She's just saying, fuck all this parade nonsense. And she...
Luke is going to step his horse out of position, reach an arm down to pull her up on the horse as she approaches.
Yeah, and she
despite
swings...
the pain.
Yeah, and she swings one long leg up and kicks up and over and behind you, as though that was what you had both planned months ago, just without missing a beat. She hauls herself up behind you, wraps her arms around you, and is your big spoon.
My lady.
Oh, everyone likes being the little spoon. Makes you feel safe.
Yeah. And she cranes her neck forward a little and plants a kiss on you, and then gives you a pat on the chest. She goes, I heard my poor boy got hit by a mountain.
It was described as falling down one by somebody earlier.
Not to worry, I've traveled extensively with Maester Ferris. I've forged myself an imaginary chain into my very own Maester's necklace, and I will nurse you back to health just as soon as these stuffy reachers aren't watching.
I finally feel at home. Thank you, baby. Now, if I can just maneuver this horse without too much pain.
And she reaches her arms forward and takes the reins from you. It's just like, there. I'm a better rider anyway, dear.
Elena's the top.
I'm going to allow this. Because I have this and I like it.
I'll allow it.
I'll
But
tell
what
you.
yourself for quiet.
Yeah.
When Rhaena will share a glance with Baela and Addam over that. And be like, feel very warm about it.
And the rest of you are still kind of slowly approaching the formal kind of spot. But yeah, Velena just drags Luke and his horse out of line and off to one side a bit. And then she will help you out and then help you down from your horse and then drag you up there to meet to greet Grandfather in time. So it'll be a little fast forward and then a little catch up back. But
Yeah, gotcha.
So Grandfather stands there, leaning on his fine. Hey, that's a new cane. It is of a fine dark wood, heavily lacquered, with some shades of red that give the whole thing a red wooden look. And the head of it is a curving wyvern that makes for like a nice S curve for his hand. The wings of it are folded down and kind of hugging the sides of the cane so that it's, that's where it's like riveted into place real nice. But it's got a little bit of a wyvern's head poking out of one side and then this long S curve of its body and tail. And you're pretty sure that head is solid gold. So it looks like that's new. It might have been a gift.
They started gift giving early.
Lady Olenna giving him some wood back so that they're breaking even. Just normal. What? Huh?
No.
What?
Listen, Maester Ferris has been investigating many herbs that will help the older gentleman continue to move his domain well into his late years. And recent studies have shown it has some good effects on the older lady as well, although those studies have not been completed, and obviously the blind study's not booked yet.
It's been Phil Woody Master for 4 days. He's in pain. Help him.
All right,
we should consult your maester before, and if you are at full staff for more than 4 days, yes, see your maester.
So the Warden of the Stoneway leans on his cane while lifting his other arm, and he says, "Oh, my grandchildren, come."
Yep. Rhaena will dismount and...
It's uncustomarily warm for him.
I will approach Grandfather, give him a polite bow.
And as you approach, he lowers his arm in like a gesture to like stop, and then he turns his wrist as though he is presenting you, and then he says, "The Lady Olenna of Highgarden, Queen of the Reach, may I present the heirs to House Nymaryen. I know you have not seen each other for some time. Look, House Nymaryen also is growing strong." And she reaches over and pinches him. Shush, Maekar. It was awful, and you've been sitting on it for decades, I can tell.
Well, nonetheless, bow deeply.
Hello, children.
Deep cutscene.
Some of you have grown a bit. And she gives Addam like a long up and down in particular, because he's a man now. And, it's a big thing.
Yeah, she hasn't seen him in like 2 years.
It's been a little while. Yeah.
He has definitely sprouted up a fair bit.
And she bobs her head enough to call it a curtsy. But then next to her, perfectly in cue, like the entire line of mothers and maidens curtsies, like as one, from her little bow. And she goes, and this is my brood. Here, Marjorie and Desmara are the ones that aren't wed yet. Feast your Dornish eyes. Look what you're missing out on.
Both of them as well, I guess. Lady Marjorie, Lady Desmara, Rumours of your beauty have travelled far and wide, but I see they hardly do you justice.
Ah,
Oh.
grandmother, you said they were awful. And Marjorie gives her grandmother a little, like, not a swat, but that gesture. She doesn't actually hit her, but she's like, grandmother, you said they were all awful. And she gives a little curtsy, and then Desmera speaks up and says, Addam the archer, tales of your prowess have reached us even here. But tales of your gallantry were woefully left uncarried by that awful cousin of mine, Loris.
Well,
That's
then
nice of him.
glad to rectify it.
And yeah, everybody gets bows and curtsies, and
ladies.
and Marjorie smiles up at Baela and Rhaena. And she says, well, there's no mistaking you two. Two faces of the same fierce warrior goddess, no doubt. One full of Valyrian blood and the other churning like the waters of the Rhoyne. The Warden of the Stoneway is a lucky man to have you two carrying on the line. And she gives another little curtsy. And then when she straightens, one layer of formality falls away. And she lets out this girlishly bright smile. And she says, oh, Willis must be thrilled.
Oh,
Not half so thrilled as I am.
good answer.
And Lady Desmera gives Baela a I don't want to say like wide-eyed as in naive, but that same look that lots of Reach girls give Baela
That
with
stars in the
her
eyes.
shoulder.
Look of wonder.
She gives you this little, and she's like, well, it's no wonder that Sir Balin, the swan, has flown the family pond to send himself flapping off to Dorne. You are a sight, my lady.
I smile back, and my brain doesn't have any witty things on it, but I'm sure Baela would have something.
something complimentary.
Yeah.
And after it is shared, you can see that the Lady Mina and Lady Allery, they both kind of step in. Oh, now, girls, let them breathe. Your perfume's going to choke them. Let them talk to their grandfather. Come. And they kind of cluck. And there's, from Alla, Eleanor, and Mega, who were like just making their way back up and wanted to fawn over Baela and Rhaena a little bit more, but they all get kind of herded away. So there's like that wing. But yes, Aunt Elia cracks 2 of Luke's ribs. And Valyna lets her.
Valyna lets her.
Valyna cheers her on. But yeah, so Aunt Elia bodies each of you. She actually just picks each of you up in a big hug with those archer broad shoulders and strong arms of hers. And following in her wake is Sir Addam, Sir Derek, your kind of childhood mentors.
Oh, hugs all around. It's been forever since we've seen them.
Yeah, definitely.
And Sirs Addam and Derek are offering
just
handshakes.
a nightly handshake?
Yeah, they're offering handshakes, but they will cheerfully return hugs that are offered. But they're trying to be a little more polite about it.
Adam's definitely hugging. He cares about these people very much.
Sir Will of the Bells gets hefted off his feet by one of like 4 people in Westeros that could do it, as Oris emerges from the big long retinue line back there,
where he was hiding.
Basically, he's like, I don't want to be a part of most of this, but so yeah, he hefts him and then kind of drops him and leaves Sir Will staggering a bit. And then Oris is like, you got fatter while I was gone. How'd you manage it? And he's like, look at you, boy, skin and bones. And gives him like a thump on the breastplate. And that's how they say hi. Yeah, then Septon Jim is not going to immediately be greeting people. He's a half step removed, and Sir Garrus is waiting for everyone else to kind of do the line, and then he is a bit more formal as well, because he knows he's not quite that. He's not. He didn't raise you lot, but
yeah, I mean, I'll definitely greet him warmly, but like he's handshake level, but a warm one. Septon Jim is allowed a hug because like I've known him all my life.
Yeah, yeah, Septon Jim's just trying not to overstep his not nobleman bounds. Is the role you can kind of recognize that he has taken. So you get all of that from everyone else, and then Grandfather extends a hand. Like after you get buffeted and hefted and hugged and shook and pinched and taunted and everything by all the rest of them, Grandfather extends a for looks like shakes. Is the posture he is taking.
Rhaena will clasp his hand, but pull herself up and kiss him on the cheek.
He gives you a smile. He goes, Rhaena. That Willis, eh?
That Willis.
The luckiest boy in Westeros.
Oh.
And then
He's not normally like this.
Yes.
This is weird.
What did she put in his wine?
Right?
And then he turns to Baela. It looks like he's doing this in age order. He turns to Baela and extends a hand.
Okay, I will do this same. I will grab his hand and then pull him in for a big hug.
Goes, and you rode the mountain, I hear.
Yeah, I kind of trembled a little bit.
I'm glad to see you well, though perhaps not as glad as Sir Balin.
Yeah, it was perilous, but we escaped.
Good. Robert, are you back yet? All right. We'll
Yes,
say
I am.
Robert.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I was walking back in the room.
No problem. Grandpa Maekar extends his hand to you.
He gives him a nightly greeting. Grandfather.
And you. Trying to protect your big sister, I hear.
She chose a particularly challenging trail to ride. I had to make sure she was okay.
Glad you're not dead. Valena would have killed the lot of us, I think.
Right?
And he says it with a little bit of a smile. You'd think it's a joke.
Truthfully, Grandfather, I don't know if I would have made it if not wanting to meet back with Valena.
Aww.
He just, that's all you get. Just a little. He's not going to rub salt in it. He's not going to tease you about it. He just kind of gives an acknowledging grunt.
Well, whoever sent Lady Meredith to treat my wounds, surely Jape of the Century.
He looks innocent, as though he is not sure what you're talking about. Just, and
Lord.
the small folk's beloved Addam the Archer. Come here.
Grandfather, it's good to see you looking so well. But I mean that's all he's saying, but like very much bound up in his voice, and the look in his eyes is that whole year where they have barely said a word to each other, but with a sort of readiness for reconciliation. It's all in there.
He gives you a handshake.
He gives him a handshake.
Yeah, he says, I got your letters. We will talk soon. That's the level of greeting that each of you gets out here in public. And as he then finishes with the four of you, the Lady Olenna gives a droll wave, She goes, "Oh, you lot so sappy." To that, she's acting as though you're all weeping and carrying on. She goes, "Come on, let's inside. There's cheese and we've stolen Mace's solar." And she turns around and starts stomping inside.
Cheese and a stolen soul are my favorite thing.
While Greta Palooza continues elsewhere in the courtyard.
I'll look back behind me and see where is Sir Lyle? Okay, call.
Right. Were there more coming, or was it just Sir Lyle that you were?
I mean, he's like the guy that took as my personal sworn sword. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, he's right there. He is within eyeshot. He is chatting amiably with Sir Balin at the moment, and you can see that Red Roddick Connington has drifted over with them. But he's got an eye on you.
Okay.
Making sure Grandpa Maekar's not trying anything.
He's mostly looking for cues. Is what he's looking for.
So yeah, he can tell, and it's the same way, Balin has a different kind of eye on Baela, but those two are clearly not paying 100% conversation attention. Like, they're chatting with, with Red Ronnet, who is nattering at them. From the look of his gestures, they might have been attorney back in the Stormlands or something, or he might be telling Kraykall what he should have done differently in the joust, or whatever. But clearly, Sir Balin is watching his wife, and in a different way, the Strongboar is keeping an eye on Lady Rhaena. But yeah, people are mingling behind you.
I give him a nod, and that nod is supposed to communicate, mingle.
Like, you can stay, I'll be fine.
Right.
Type of nod. All right.
Yeah.
He misreads it and draws his sword. You're like, now!
He's killing everyone!
Starts butchering folk.
Like we discussed.
That's not what we were talking about!
But yeah, so he just returns the nod and gets to chatting. Also glancing around, just the lot of you, reading some faces. You see Lord Willis being talked to, but just staring at Rhaena. Like he is not part of the conversation that that is around him. He is focused. You see Marjorie, Desmara, and the Tyrell trio of girls all kind of giggling and gawking a bit, where Lord Renly and Beric Dondarrion are talking with Woolly Will and Sir Oris Waters. And Woolly Will is very much the odd man out in that group of otherwise hunky dreamboat man-meat slabs.
Hey, look, he was hunky in his day.
Yeah, I'm just saying, he's the odd man out, but... Yeah, but, and Loris is about 3 feet away from that conversation. Like he's not actively talking, but he is hovering near Renly, ever the loyal squire.
They seem to be good friends.
Yeah.
Good friends. Best friends.
Just men's being friends, guys being buds.
So yeah, lots of mingling is happening. Allison Mormont is giving out hugs. She's all ooh woo pounces with her furry self. Or all through the courtyard.
No. I'm stopping over here.
But yeah, she's greeting the various warriors and stuff. Yeah, so just lots of people doing lots of mingling going on behind you, and you lot are going to be following Olenna and Grandfather Maekar. Maester Ferris is walking kind of protectively near Olenna and Maekar. The Lady Olenna lifts an eyebrow to Luke Like, should she be coming or not?
Luke extends a hand to her and pulls her towards him.
She leaves because you can't tell her what to do. She was just
Fair.
going to do the opposite of whatever you said.
It's win-win to me either way.
He's like, yes, scorn me, mommy.
Oh no!
He'll offer a hand for her to follow.
Yeah, she goes with, and walks hand in hand with a bit of a defiant tilt to her head. Like, go ahead, somebody tell me that we're not wed yet. Somebody tell me that I'm making Highgarden smell of Dornishman. Somebody.
I have 4 knights ready to just grab a maester right now, grab a septon right now, and do this shit.
Oh, we have our own septon.
We do. He's here.
That's not the issue. Lack of septon is not what is not the rest of it.
Oh, I see.
And you do also see, as part of that mingling, a handful of Reach squires talking to Martin Lannister and apparently kind of co-opting him. You see the trio of Tyrell girls who were sighing and giggling over towards Renly and Oris and company. You see Joy Hill approaching them, and Davin and Serena Lannister are getting waved over, along with the Westerling girls, by Parman and Mary Crane, who are starting to introduce them around. Because you guys did ride with him for a while.
Yeah.
It's been like 5 weeks on the road with the Cranes. So that brother and sister and the Lannister brother and sister are, kind of dragging each other along, and introductions are being made. So they're getting dragged into this social circle, whether they wanted it or not. So, to Lord Mace's solar, which has been claimed, your grandfather Maekar sits behind the desk, heaving himself down, looking a little tired from the standing and the walking. Lady Olenna has a seat in the corner next to the little table with some grapes and some cheeses and crackers, and feels like a Varys who's not quite on the throne, right? But she's just off to one side, and then there are seats for all of you -1, because they weren't planning on Baela joining. And nobody says anything, but Maester Ferris stays standing, and then there is 1 seat shortage on top of that.
He is
Addam
so...
is Addam is going to cede his chair to Lady Baela. Automatically, unless told not to do so.
She gives you a warm smile and sinks into it. So the injured, or the still sore guy doesn't have to stand. Gallantry be damned. Luke gets to sit down and convalesce.
Some of that was me misunderstanding. I thought she had grabbed the chair somebody else wanted.
No, it's...
I misunderstood. But that's okay. So, Luke's sore as shit.
Everyone's able to sit.
Addam would probably sort of stand to this, nearer to Rhaena, though.
Right.
So just...
Sure.
Kind of hover by her shoulder.
And the desk is not the mess that you're accustomed to back home, but there is a small stack of letters and of raven scrolls in the middle of it. Grandfather doesn't have his whole thing going, but he does have some.
He's been messing up this desk.
Grandfather's been here. I can tell from all the letters.
And he kind of heaves out a sigh as he settles down, and then hooks his wyvern cane on the edge of the table or the desk, with a practiced motion. Looks like he's been getting used to this cane. And then he just lets out like a tired sigh. He goes, so, your travel was not without incident, I hear. And he gestures to the letters, some of which you recognize are like the letter that some that you guys have sent and some aren't. But he just gestures to his inbox.
It has been quite eventful, Grandfather. The twins was the twins.
Something
It was
has
wonderful to see
transpired,
Vannon again.
but something has transpired there that we do not fully understand yet.
Speaking of which, have we received any new letters from Vannon and the situation up there?
Not from Sir Vannon, no. But I have received some. Things are tense in the Riverlands, and the bastard of Wyvern's Rest is in the center of it. The Lord of the Riverlands is concerned. Edmure Tully is a fool, but his father is not. Lord Hoster is grasping and tired and old, and I think sick. But he is not a fool, I am afraid. There is as of yet not open warfare, despite the encampment near the twins, as they have taken to calling it.
He's still there?
So,
Wow.
the implication being that Lord Hoster's grasp hovers over the twins at the moment.
He does not, I think, mean to escalate matters, but he is a prickly old man who feels wronged and afraid. Most of the wedding guests have long since departed for home, as has most of Sir Edmure's host. But a token encampment remains, waiting, I think, for an apology that I am certain is never coming.
Grandfather, has the king spoken of this?
No. I think perhaps it would require more reading than Robert is given to. I also am not certain how much of it has reached his ears, as opposed to the ears of the small council that may have filtered it from becoming something drawing Robert's eye. If Lord Walder Frey is a miser with anything more than he is with silver, it is apologies that he holds the tightest to his heart. I think that he and Hoster Tully will simply have to go on hating one another and both demanding apologies that will never come.
Until one of them or both of them dies.
Well,
or
it's a matter
a great,
of outliving them. Vannon should do that, but
or a great many other people first. Yes. And he pulls like 3 different letters off and sets them off to one side. So things are tense in the Riverlands, but they have not yet boiled over, and only time will tell if they do.
The Riverlands are far from home, but Vannon is practically a brother.
Well, and also, as someone who intends to make the Riverlands my home and Lord Hoster Tully my liege lord, this is of concern to me specifically.
And he pulls another letter off the list, and just kind of taps it on the desk. He goes,
He's gonna stack of plot letters.
Yeah.
He goes, well, and this like wasn't on top. Like he knows just the letter to pluck, and he goes, yes. As to that, the Lady Shella is relieved to hear that you changed your mind. She is concerned that you will change it again. She has feelings about the, I believe she called it, mercurial ways of the young, that I have told her she needn't worry herself about with you. But she is still eager to be wed, while disdainful of a wedding. Much like the courting, she calls the ceremony foolishness, and says that, and this is clearly a quote without looking at the letter.
I love
It's
Lady
just,
Shella.
and she says that putting a show of a young lord wedding a crone would only embarrass both.
Rusty,
Well-
is kind of a aside, but I'm going to squeeze Rhaena's hand just to kind of let her know, like, it's okay, you're here. This is family stuff. You belong with us.
And
This is
it's
a very,
okay
this
that
is a very internal family dialogue, I realize, and I just want to assure her with a little squeeze of the hand that, like, yeah, this is good.
Aww.
Well, firstly, it was not so much changing my mind as being unwilling to marry someone I had never met. I have now since met her and spoken about our expectations, and I believed us to be of a mind. I don't think she needs to worry about my mercurial nature. Secondly, I have no desire for a great show either. After all, this is essentially a business arrangement. So I feel no need for a great ceremony either. Only that which is legal.
I feel very justified now that you spoke in a very matter-of-fact manner.
I have spoken with Septon Jim. He is willing to perform such a ceremony. It has been some time since he traveled to the Riverlands. Out of character, he hasn't been back up that way since Robert's Rebellion, prior to becoming a Septon. And it was because of his fighting in Robert's Rebellion. So, like, it's kind of a big offer for him. It's
what house
sending.
was he with? I don't recall.
It has not come up. He was not a
okay.
knight. He was a man-at-arms, just from the Riverlands. He has never specified what side he was on in the rebellion, or that it's just.
But he
like,
became accepted afterwards.
Yeah, that was one of the things that you kids were just told never to ask about. They're like,
Okay.
go talk to the strong sider instead. He loves talking about that sort of stuff.
He'll talk with the
it was
family.
one of those things. Just don't. Yeah, just you don't ask
Okay.
Septon Jim about that.
I think it was confusing him from the strong sider with his
no,
obvious
it's okay.
ties, but yeah, okay.
But yeah, so it's kind of a big deal for Septon Jim to like volunteer to travel back up there. It shows how much he cares for Addam and the house. But yeah, so Grandfather gives the notes a few taps, and then he puts that one aside also. He goes, "We will have time to work out the details, but I will. You may write the Lady Shella if you wish, and tell her that an intimate ceremony can be performed at our earliest convenience."
Very well.
And he puts that in the done pile. Like, he moves that letter over. I received a rather curt note from Sir Kevin Lannister.
Mm-hmm.
It was an apology. He says it like it was the worst of insults, right? Like you guys are in trouble for this. Like I got a call from the principal, young man, right? Like, it's that sort of. He hisses at that, and he just says it was an apology. And then he just lifts a letter that's a very tightly wound little raven note. You can tell. And he just taps it a few times on the desk and then points at Rhaena with those two fingers. Like, explain your siblings, right? Like, tell me what I missed. It's this. And you guys all feel like 5 years younger, got in trouble for stealing sweet cakes, right? It's that same sort of vibe of, only this happens to be about, trying to murder the mountain and vice versa and stuff. So it's different topic than you're used to, but it's that same, like, body language.
afraid that relations between us and the Mountain Who Rods broke down rather dramatically and quickly during our time in Lannisport. And I'm also sad to say that he isn't very good at letting things go. Because of this, I believe Lord, he's the Lord, right? Lord Kevin.
Sir Kevin.
Sir Kevin. He, Sir Kevin felt it best that we leave Lannisport rather circumspectly and quickly. Out of concern that Sir Clegane would enact vengeance upon one of us from any angle or time.
So,
go ahead.
So their dog bit you, and you were sent running, for which he has apologized.
I think he apologized for... Without apologizing for it, he was apologizing for not being able to control his man.
That is indeed what I got from it as well.
He did offer us a significant sum of gold by way of compensation.
Most of that we earned on our own, but you're
Grandfather lifts an eyebrow.
No, look, he gave us 200 gold to leave. That was not money we earned.
We still were owed the ransom from a total of 10 or 11 jousts between me and Baela.
Anyway, here it is.
Out of character, some of that was remaining ransom, but not at all most. Because you guys did get about half. I'm just letting you guys, like, if Luke wants to have compartmentalized it as we earned that money, that's fine. But it was definitely a sum, not a most, for that note, just for the official word of math.
Yeah, Addam just doesn't have any time for the hair splitting. He's just concerned with, here is the money that he gave us.
Do you share the writ of
yes.
Grandfather puts the apology in his dun pile and reaches out with one bony, slender-fingered hand to take the writ of coin and put it in the dun pile also. He goes, none of you are dead, and neither are any of the Lannister knights. Suppose we can call that a win.
Things did become quite heated in the melee, Lord Grandfather. So I feel I will not be suffering to keep this story here and not outside of it.
You needn't worry on that. They already have the Blue Bard singing something about wyverns circling a mountaintop. He says it like he is not a fan of this banging new tune.
Oh gosh. I crack a smile at hearing that because that is news to me, and Baela enjoys that. But very quickly she realizes she's lost a stoic look on her face, and she I return to looking more serious.
Yeah. But fine. None died. You have gained the enmity of a mad dog who bites everyone he sees regardless. So I suppose it is little more than a wash. What is it of these Lannister strays I saw in your trail?
Those are the product of some negotiations that I engaged in with Lady Jenna Lannister And
Lady Olenna lets out an indelicate snort. And you don't know if it's a rueful that bitch, or if it's a psh wannabe, or if it's right. Like it's just a snort. And little ladies aren't supposed to do that in the Reach, but she lets that out.
she does what she wants, Rusty.
And she did.
Various. But this there's the young ones for Esquire and maids, ladies of waiting.
Which Lannister boy is it that is here?
Martin.
One of Sir Kevin's own.
One of Sir Kevin's own. His middle. His eldest.
His fingers tap the dun pack, or the dun stack of letters. He goes, Sir Kevin did not mention this, but I recognize a trueborn Lannister. It sounds like Sir Kevin's letter was really fucking abrupt. Like, if he didn't mention, oh, by the way, they have my son. Like, he didn't say, I can't wait for you to see Martin, and I hope he honors the house by Squire. Like there was none of that. It sounds like Kevin's Lannister was really fucking to the point, which is part of what probably made it feel so insulting. But
I
yeah.
also have probably the strayest of Lannisters. I have his sister with us as well. Serena.
Okay, out of character, that's a different sister. That's Davin.
Sorry.
You have not mentioned Davin yet.
Sorry.
You so far only mentioned the boy Martin.
All right. So he asked specifically about him.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's partially because remember that they're twins. So he
Right.
just wasn't sure which one it was.
Right. It's the middle. It's the younger twin.
Yeah.
So the middle kid. I also we have with us the champion of the joust in Lannisport, Sir Davin Lannister, with us.
Grandfather just keeps tapping, which is his I'm listening and absorbing information.
As well as his sister Serena, who is really quite charming.
Why?
Marriage
Not why is she charming. I know that they are bred for that. But why are they with you?
Because we've entered into some marriage negotiations.
We should give his so it's a my side face. The first time since he's been here.
Wedding negotiations with whom precisely? And his tapping hand just turns to, eh? And he gestures to the lot of you that are all spoken for.
Oh yeah, not us. We have in our purview.
I want to make sure I'm not within arrow range of Aunt Elia and Rhaena.
We have in our purview several marriageable peoples who are not currently wed, such as Sir Garrus and Sir Addam and Aunt Elia and Lady. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. Lady Gwyneth.
Yeah, Lady Gwyneth, who is not with you.
Right. Lady Gwyneth remained in Lannisport under the protection of I keep forgetting her name. Jenna. Lady Jenna.
It will be hard to hide the disapproval in Luke's face when you say that.
Who will be arranging potential matches for her in the future.
See?
You also took I don't know if you've already mentioned Joy Hill. You picked up as well.
Right. I haven't mentioned her yet. Also from the Lannisters, we obtained another bastard, a young girl named Joy Hill, who is
Garion's girl.
She's most interested in becoming Baela's handmaiden / squire.
Lady Olenna lets out a little snort and shake of her head. And then Grandfather says, and I think I saw the sigil of House Westerling.
The Westerling girls are also looking for, well, the youngest would be with us as a handmaiden, either with myself or Baela, or both. I think I talked up that she would be exposed to both things. But
Lady Olenna snorts indelicately again.
she'll be exposed to whatever the hell she wants. But and Jane, I think Jane has potential. Is that you or him?
Sorry, that was me.
Okay.
Just allergies have been awful this bit. So he,
Jane has potential as well.
Lady Olenna says, aren't they Spicer's girls?
They are.
She wrinkles her nose in faint disapproval.
And they bring the potential for very profitable trade alliances.
You might need those in Dorne, but... and then she just gestures to everything within eyeshot. She goes, I don't think we'll be able to find them very good matches here in the Reach, dear.
Probably not.
Well, it's not up to you, so tough. Sorry, I thought that, I didn't say it.
However, there is the matter of Lady Desmaren. Young Lady Desmaren.
Oh, is there?
Whose father has been in apparently quite laborious negotiations with Sir Kevin also?
Sir Stafford Lannister.
Sir Stafford.
Indeed. I told Mace he was out of his league writing to the Lady Miranda's husband, but he doesn't listen, as so many men don't.
Well, she is not just quite fetching, but also quite bright. And she's, as you see, from the roots. And I would love to marry her to one of our young men. I have some other things in my pocketbook. If you really want to, there are more plans that I can make to help create these alliances and take care of some problems we have. Such.
Grandfather just nods towards your pocketbook. I would hear them if you would share them.
Problem number 1 of Danet Lands. Lady Iris is now married. She's here, I think.
She is, and her husband and her stepbrother.
Her stepbrother.
Yeah.
Most
And her
interesting
stepbrother.
gentleman. That's him, right?
Yes.
All right, so her brother by marriage is now Sir Roland Storm, the bastard of Nightsong. Quite a notorious and strong warrior.
And ugly, Lady Olenna chimes up before popping a piece of cheese in her mouth.
And not very pretty. But he has no real future in the Stormlands. Correct?
Not if that Bryce Karen knows how to put a baby into Lady Iris, no.
From what I saw of Bryce, Karen, and Lady Iris, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Indeed, from her time in King's Landing, I'm sure she can tell him where it goes.
I hope she does direct him. I would
Ooh,
love to.
that was harsh.
Pretty catty,
Yeah.
huh? She's a...
Yeah, like
That
Adam,
was, ooh.
Adam visibly flinches at that.
Yeah, I mean,
Lucerys, speaking. Lady Iris did what she had to survive.
All wives do.
that's true.
Oh God, Grandfather's bad enough without her chipping in from the fucking sidelines.
And because he's the brother by marriage to Iris Danish, you may be willing to release the lands into his care. And then Danet will be covered.
And the grandfather says, since Addam will be preoccupied elsewhere with his own blushing bride, who I trust will need no such instruction, O Rhaena. And he says it with this little smile.
Yes, as much as...
Cut her off before she says something awful to Addam.
Yes, unfortunately, I will not be able to run both Bittergrove and Harrenhal simultaneously, unfortunately.
And young Gwyneth has absolutely... She doesn't really have any desire to return to Ironwood Lands or even Dorne. She told me herself she believes that she has a better chance at a brighter future outside of
away from
our
the place
town.
has... Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
She wishes to be away from the bad memories of her home.
Did she tell, and this is grandfather, did she tell you or did you ask her?
I asked her. Would she rather?
He doesn't comment either way. It sounded like he was just curious.
I should have spoken to her about it, but I was so preoccupied.
It came up in conversation with Lady Jenna, and so I, that very evening, asked young Gwyneth, what did she think would make her the most happy?
Lady Valenna opens her mouth. She just says, Dornish women do traditionally get more of a say in things than these northern girls. Good for her for answering honestly. And wisely, I think. Last I heard, Prince Doran kept the matter largely an internal affair, rather than speaking of treason outside of Doran. Her reputation will be better in the Westerlands than it will her old home.
Exactly. Now,
And she just sounds kind of like approving, like not quite big sister approving, but like good for her,
like
you know, for but approving also largely of Gwyneth Ironwood for.
Luke will give her hand a little squeeze and kind of nod. I can't keep her safe there, though.
I'm sorry, Robert. Repeat that, please. I had to cough.
Yeah, he said to squeeze Lady Valena's hand a little bit, get approval, and go, and shake his head and go, but I can't keep her safe there.
It's not your job to do so.
Huh?
Grandfather lifts an eyebrow. What threats do you think she faces in the Westerlands?
I think the threats to the Westerland are obvious, whether they're simply after her or not.
Humor me. Who do you think would hurt her and why?
Well, the Mountain, to say a few.
You think he would cross House Lannister themselves to hurt a little girl that Jenna Lannister now sees as a piece on her Sevastboard?
I suppose even he will be that mad, or if he was, he wouldn't have the ability to do so. You're right. It's uncomfortable. It's all.
Luke has expressed misgivings about being closely connected with House Lannister.
And yet Sir Davin did swoop in and help quite a bit with the Mountain in the melee.
Sir Davin proved himself a true knight. That is true. I have no ill words against him.
I rather like him.
He seems perfectly blunt.
Oh.
Lady Olenna gets that nose, though, softly to herself.
It's very Lannister.
It is his, like...
It's that pug nose.
His little bit of a pug nose is like his worst feature, which is like, oh no, he looks like Matt Damon, right? Like, it's like, how hideous. You know, like, it's not like it's the worst thing ever. It's just You know, it's fun to find a Lannister's flaws. Cause
yeah, Adam picks up. Well, there are worse things for there are there are worse things to be strange on a man than the nose.
And there are more things of value in a man than their looks.
I trust that you two would know. She says cattily.
Wow.
But that one actually was pretty good.
Wow, I like that.
Okay, sorry.
I suppose when it comes down to it, I don't trust them, but I have since seen some of the Lannisters are honorable men, but still.
So, who is it you picture for this Sir Davin and his horrible nose? Or for that sister of his, Rhaena?
Actually, for him, I rather think he paired very nicely with Aunt Elia. I think.
I dodged the arrow shot. Full defense.
He's young, he's strapping, he is handsome, and he is valorous.
Is that Ellie in the meeting? Because I've kind of been waiting for this for a while.
She isn't.
And Grandfather, you guys recognize this as his giant grin, right? And it's just a mild, not frown, right? Like it's his face breaking even. But it's he goes, I hope that I am within earshot while you explain his virtues to your beloved aunt.
I'm rather hoping he will impress her his own self.
I also wish to be in that earshot, but not within bow shot. Maybe around a corner.
I think the bow shot is quite much farther.
But
but quarters.
She does need to wed eventually, and he isn't, at least, a Stormlander. And the sister.
Serena, I can't remember who I had paired for Serena. I'm so sorry.
You had a couple different thoughts there.
Yes, I think we've been.
Can I back up and go with the other? What I anticipate happening, Grandfather, based on what we have discussed with House Ironwood, is that it will be broken up into smaller pieces of land, and that the house itself will probably be renamed something else. And I would like to leave Sir Garrus there and beseech Prince Doran to make him a lord. He's earned it with his loyalty to us.
That is up to Prince Doran. We will see what he has to say when he has to say it.
Right. But should that happen, I'm thinking that Desmara Redwine would make an excellent match with Sir Garrus.
Garrus. That's and this is Lady Olenna from her corner. That's that Drinkwater boy.
The tall one.
Tall drink of water.
The sandy-haired one with a good smile.
She could do worse, I suppose.
And he'd be a lord, should this happen, so it would not be an insult to House Redwine.
House Redwine will decide what is an insult to House Redwine, young lady.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure you have a lot of sway on that decision, Lady Olenna.
What's my maiden name, dear?
Redwine.
I might have married some silly Tyrell boy, but I still have wine for blood. Same as you lot.
Aye.
I can talk to his mother, or talk to her mother, excuse me.
Does he call us drunks?
It's not wrong.
I mean,
she accurately describe us.
And then,
Addam with like cup of wine.
Yes.
Like, wait, did she call us drunks?
I'm not totally. I'm not sold. I'm not all in on Sir Roland Storm. I'm hoping he's attending this week so that I could actually meet him.
He is. Yeah, you saw him, and you have met. He was at the tourney for.
Oh,
He was at
that's right.
Addam's
Yeah, we
name day
did meet
tourney.
him at the name
Yeah,
day
and
tourney.
he seemed like an okay guy. He just wasn't a center stage type of dude,
Right.
except for fighting, because he's a bastard instead of blah blah.
So we did meet him at Wyvern's Rest during Addam's name day tourney. However, I didn't feel like I was not able to focus on him at all and gain any insight into his character or lack thereof. I look at Lady Olenna; she knows all.
She's inscrutable.
Okay. For Sir Addam Brodington, we love Sir Addam.
And Grandpa lifts an eyebrow again.
We love Sir Addam. And he does not wish to wed and have a wife. But I'm wondering how he would feel about wedding and having a ward. Or not really a ward, but someone to teach, a partner, someone to raise up, to take over House Brodington when he passes.
Grandfather's finger tapping stops, and a pregnant silence fills the room. And then he... I will admit I have been hesitant to discuss the matter with Sir Addam for some time. I remember his wife and his sons too well to press. It may be better that you never met them. Tell me your plans.
Lord Grandfather, he's been alone for an awful long time. And I worry. And I think having someone younger who could brighten his days would make them so much better.
Nodding along very, very, agreeingly at that.
He's lost so much.
Who did you have in mind?
Rusty, I don't remember.
We did actually think of someone.
You guys had a couple options there, but
was it Jane that we?
Jane Westerling.
You were considering Jane Westerling. You were considering Rhaena Lannister. You had a couple options depending on how some other stuff went.
Here's our plan. We're gonna get him drunk. We're gonna introduce a bunch of girls and see who he likes.
It's the Luke plan.
Anyway,
So
yes, I had two options there, but it really depends on what they want and how. Yeah, because they will eventually end up running that house.
but you have thought of him, and I do not doubt that will mean something. Some men his age feel lonely. We can speak to him on it. And Lady Olenna doesn't snark for once, or make a some awful comment or whatever. She just kind of thoughtfully.
There are many young ladies of the Reach, the Westerlands, the Vale, who are unmarried and they're not on the block, shall we say. Like their families have already made the alliances they want to make, and now they're kind of at loose ends with these girls. And we also have several young men who are coming up. It would be nice to have them where we could help shape that.
Slap saddles on them and ride out those fantasies of theirs. Steer them where you will. You and Willis have a bit more in common than you know. Though he only does this with horses and hounds, dear.
Well, give us time. I only just met him.
Grandfather just gives a thoughtful nod. We will see how some of these discussions go this week. You will let me know when you will be speaking to Elia of this. I will let you know what I will broach the subject with Sir Addam.
I rather think that discussion might go a lot easier than the one with Lady Elia, with Aunt Elia.
I volunteered for the one I volunteered for, Granddaughter.
Grandfather made a joke.
On to, and he plucks a letter from down there without looking. The Lugus matter. I'm not certain if you saw him, but your dear friend from King's Landing, Sir Nathan Lugus, has paid us a visit. He asked if he could come first, and he asked for the honor of bringing his sister, Ludviga. That was the 15 to 16-year-old looking girl that he was standing with. She is the youngest Lugus from this.
Why? Do you think he's trying to find a marriage for her?
He had hoped to apologize to you in person for the misdeeds of his brother and his elder sister. And yes, his letter to the Lady Olenna was wisely asking for her assistance in finding a suitable marriage match for his sister. As I believe he put it, Lord Renly seems not to take marriages seriously. And as his liege lord is of little help, he has instead entreated the gathered women of Highgarden for assistance with such matters. Wise of him to not go asking Dondarrion and Connington for more help. But we are left with this Lugus riddle. Perhaps that Ludviga could fit into some of your plans somewhere. We could do worse than taking a hostage from what might be an enemy family at worst, or making a friend from what could be a contrite and guilty-feeling family at best.
I did feel bad for Sir Nathan.
He was rather the coolest
on the other
patsy in
side of
that
his
situation.
One at a time.
His Morning Star.
One at a time. Ash first.
He was rather the clueless patsy in that situation.
All right. And now, Robert?
And yet you were not on the other side of his Morning Star like I was. Still, though, I suspect Sir Nathan knew little of his brother's schemes and seemed apologetic even when his honor forced him to fight against us.
It seemed he had little choice in that matter. Surely you didn't expect him just to stand there and not participate.
He had to defend his house. I am open to this. I glance at Lady Olenna again. I will be interested in hearing your thoughts, my lady.
My gaggle of goslings tell me that she's a charming and rather shy young girl. But I'm sure that she could be convinced into going for a ride, or striking up a conversation or two on this barge later this week. Speaking of, Maekar, when will all of this nonsense be done so we can move on to the very serious business of the wedding preparations? She says as though she hasn't been preparing it for 6 fucking months. And Maekar looks down at his stack of letters, and he just has one small one left. It looks like a hastily scribbled note more than anything else. And he just lifts it and kind of glances towards Baela. He says, I trust you've already spoken with your lord husband?
Briefly. I'm sure we will have a little bit more to discuss.
There was some small bandit trouble after you were away. It would seem that a few of the scattered rabble of the Vulture King mistook your departure for a sign of weakness, and they stepped up some attacks near Will. And in the ensuing bloodshed, Sir Balin impressed upon the locals his sincerity to see not only to your well-being, but to theirs. They've gifted him that sword.
It is a very impressive gift, considering the meaning it has to the Will name.
I just beam.
They're very insular and proud people that don't take to outsiders often, and that they would give him this sword, a Stormlander, given the histories of neighboring peoples. It says a lot about him and their trust in us. So it's not something that we take lightly, and I will make sure to have good discussions with the people of House Will about festivities and celebrations going forward.
And he just gives a matter-of-fact nod. He says, we will hear more about this later in the week also, I think. And he moves one last letter out of the middle of the desk and over to the edge, and all you can make out on it is the seal of House Nymaryen Martell, and a lot of small writing. Like
Prince Doran writes like me.
Prince Doran uses a very small font because he always has a lot to say. So you can just kind of make out that seal. And then Grandfather wraps his knuckles on the desk and lets out another kind of satisfied sigh, just because like a stack of papers has been moved from one column to another. And this is how he measures his life now. He goes, so, yes, the dear Lady Rhaena, Queen of the Reach, has festivities planned, and she kind of sits up a little and she says, tomorrow, that you might properly bathe after your terrible times on the road, we'll be taking a ride upon the pleasure barge here on the Mander. Let you Dornish guests see what a river looks like. River. It's like one of your terrible little puddles, only big and clean and pleasant.
I'd rather think that your idea of a pleasure barge and your Dornish guest idea of a pleasure barge might be a little different.
Also, we've seen rivers.
Of course you have, dear.
We literally went paddling in the Trident.
The day after tomorrow, in order to shut up my gaggle of goslings, it will be some hawking. Do go easy on Willis, dear. He is so terribly eager to impress you with his little tricks with birds and such. But also, the rest of my granddaughters are ever so eager to go riding with you again. And they've all birds to show off. And I've let young Lady Alysain Bulwer know that she is also invited. I am quite certain.
Absolutely.
The day after that, you and the boorish men can go off and hit some deer with sticks or whatever it is you like to do when you go hunting. I'm told that we have fat boar. Oh, even not counting that Krakov fellow that followed you. Don't think I didn't notice him. But yes, it will be a hunt midweek, so that the men get to feel just as virile and strong as the ladies for an afternoon. The next day, the poor tired boys will need to recover. That happens at their age. she says as an aside to anyone in particular. And you'll be going for a ride with my daughters, my granddaughters, and whatever other little nattering hens I'm tired of here in Highgarden. Do be nice to them, and I bet they'll give you all manner of juicy gossip and the like. And then, the day before the wedding, Loris and Garland are ever so eager to remind all their guests whose castle they sleep in, as though it's not mine, and they want a bit of a quintain demonstration. So we've got some little archery tournament, some archery targets, and plenty of quintain targets set up, and I don't doubt some of you boys, and she says this with a look at Baela, will want to go just hitting each other with sparring blades and the like as well. So it'll all be quite martial, and everyone will be terribly sweaty and awful the day before the wedding. And
Oh yes,
then,
how terrible.
and then they can get good and cleaned up. And then, yes, on that last day, we will, of course, bind our houses together, etc., etc. It's quite romantic, quite sweet, and all of that. Clothes have been... Yes. Your wardrobes have been arranged for you in your rooms. And we'll have some squires or someone come by and guide you to them. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, and I'm sure he'll mention it, that Alan Ambrose is betrothed to a Tyrell. So don't let him go nattering your ear off about it as he shows you where you're sleeping.
We are well familiar with that.
Alan's a good boy.
We have spent some time with him.
Alla will be yours. She nods towards Rhaena this week. Do let her sing to you at least once or twice. She's been told it's what she's good at, and it's good to humor her. She did have like an excellent fucking voice, right? She's just Elena being Elena.
Sing, like,
yes.
at the...
Yeah. She sang that, yeah. And then she looks to Baela and she says, "We're giving you Mega. She's loud." And she is. She came into her curves a bit before the other girls did, and has kind of grown into them in the year since then. So some of them probably still tease her for being like chubby. It's just that she was not like a super willowy little Tyrell
you have
girl.
big tits.
Yeah, everyone hates. Boys hate that.
Boys famously hate that.
But she is a little brassy compared to the average Tyrell girl. So it looks like that was like the closest they could find for a tomboy to give to Baela. So that was the best they could manage there. And then she just goes, and I do believe that's it. Just make sure that you do the right event on the right day. Don't go galloping your horse onto the pleasure barge drunkenly, Lucerys.
My lady, I think the horse would know better.
I do think the horse would know better.
And if not, I suppose your betrothed might.
I would have went to Rhaena. I suppose so.
And he goes, I believe that's everything that I had to say. You lot look presentable enough for disgusting travelers fresh off the road. So I trust that the wardrobes I've prepared will make you look presentable the remainder of the week.
Thank you for your generosity, Lady Elena.
None of you got hideous while we were apart.
I'm not sure was saying anything about that.
That was almost a compliment. She said none of you got hideous while we were apart.
Yeah, we were all pretty when she saw us before. She said we were all pretty. So, all right then. I think we've been dismissed.
So like she looks finished. She looks over to Maekar, and Grandfather just kind of pauses and raises an eyebrow. Is there anything else that you feel a need to discuss here with just family?
I did forget to tell you that Lady Olenna reminded me that I have taken on the Strongbore as my sworn sword.
It's Craycall's second son, isn't it?
Lyle, Sir Lyle, yes.
Big,
I remember
boisterous.
him from the tourney.
Yes. He quite enjoyed his time in Women's Rest.
I hope that the larders will survive his time of employment. But I suppose with Oris away, someone needs
Someone
to
has
keep
to-
Bessa struggling.
And I
you
did
for
forget
some
to mention
bestest
that.
food right now.
Grandfather, we have provided you with just the barest overview of what we've experienced over the last several months. And there are many tales to be told about what happened specifically. So I just want to let you know, we more happened. I'm trying to keep the high points here.
Is it more that needs to be discussed, or is it stories to be shared pleasantly over wine at leisure?
I look around. I think it's all pleasant, but
Oh, I'll be
It
sharing the
averages-
story.
It averages that way. If it's not come back to you, Baela unhorsed me in the joust
I did.
with seven opponents, and she was the final one to finish me. So
you owe her some silver.
I do owe her some silver. Almost had her though. Almost had her.
Of course you did, dear. Velena, pat your hand.
Right? Yeah. Wait.
In fact,
All right, well then.
I-
Yeah, those are all good stories.
in fact, I was not unhorsed once in the entire tournament.
She unhorsed the mountain.
On the
Yes,
first
I
pass.
know, sister.
On the first pass.
I am aware of that.
So anyway,
Let us hear more of it then on this barge tomorrow. I think perhaps the air will do us all some good.
yes.
Go,
One hope.
get cleaned up. We will see you then. There will be a feast tonight, but I will not pretend that a tired old man will have your attention amidst much merrymaking and song. Out of character, I just don't have anything like big planned for the feast. I figured we'd kind of go from event to event instead.
Lady Valena, I have something for you. I think once everything is settled, I will give to you first.
Well, not here in the Solar, you won't. And Lady Olenna gestures for all of you to leave.
I wait and to be the last to leave, but I just look at Lady Olenna, and I do want to participate in the sparring and such. Does Willis still use a sword?
I'm told that one never quite forgets such things, but he has thrown his passion more into aiding others in such matters, breeding horses for riding and war and the like.
Right.
I'm not certain he'll want to ride, but if he'll answer that question honestly to anyone, I suppose it's his betrothed.
Sure, since we just met an hour ago. But thank you again, my lady, and I curtsy to her and grandfather. When I leave, I stick my head back in. I'm like, we did quite miss you, grandfather. It's wonderful to see you.
He just gives a grandfatherly smile instead of, like, I missed you too, or whatever. He just kind of smiles, pleased to hear it.
Addam will Yeah, I've already left the room, but like kind of loitered in the corridor for Rhaena to come out.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Is there speaking after the loitering and waiting?
I just want to say that Willis seems very, very pleasant. I'm sure this is going to be
Pleasant.
a good match for you.
She's gonna put her arm through Addam's and they're gonna start.
All right, perhaps that might be an understatement. I'm very overwhelmed with just how romantic it all is.
I know. And she'll be she's like the same way, but she just doesn't know how to really, she's not a giggler, So, but if ever there was a moment for giggling.
And waiting just a bit down the hall is, in fact, young Alan Ambrose, who is betrothed to Eleanor Tyrell. You may have heard.
He's never mentioned.
Yeah, it hasn't come out. He's very shy about that sort of thing. But yeah, he is waiting, and he gives you Lot a perfect bow, and then straightens and is, my lord, my ladies, sir, I am to escort you to your rooms, that you might have enough time to bathe and ready yourselves before the introductory feast.
I'm very interested to see how these rooms are set up.
Good to see you, Alan.
He gives you a smile.
How fares Lady Eleanor?
She is well. I trust you may have seen her in the courtyard. She was given the honor of granting bread and salt to the guests of her house.
Yes, and I knew upon seeing her that you could not be too far away.
But look at you, Alan. It seems like you've doubled in height since we saw you. King's Landing? Is that the last time we saw
that was
you?
2 years ago.
It has been some time, my lady. And even when the Lady Eleanor and I must be apart, as my squirely duties perhaps bring me elsewhere, ever our hearts are intertwined.
Oh.
Now that you're betrothed, I don't doubt you understand how it feels, my lady. He says, from all of his 15 years.
It makes poets of us all.
He's the voice of experience.
Yes, let me tell you how families work. But he's, you lot basically have, like, a wing. The Lady Valena Tolan's room is not pointed out to you on your way.
I'll just bring her to my room.
But most of the rooms, you notice, have a little sigil hanging on them. They've made, like, little... I think of them as almost like a, what's the thing you put a cup on?
Coaster?
A coaster, there we go. They're like little coaster-sized tokens that are hand-carved and painted, and they've got like a little wire ring on them, and they're each hanging on doors as decorations to kind of mark who's there, which is how they kind of organized it. And he doesn't point it out, but like you guys walk past the Lady Valena Tolan's little Ghost Hill dragon chasing its tail, and then Alan stops at the next door. He says, "Sir Lucerys." And he gives a little bow, and then he turns and keeps walking.
I'll open it, and I will lead us inside.
And then the next door is Lord Addam, the archer. And he kind of straightens up a little with a smile and gives a bow to that doorway.
Thank you, Alan.
And then you guys walk past a door that has two sigils has one full-sized sigil of House Swan, and then hanging below it, the sigil of House Nymaryen. And he says, "Lady Baela Swan." And then the very next room has just the sigil of House Nymaryen. "And for you, my Lady Rhaena."
My thanks, Alan.
"Who I will be proud to someday call good cousin."
I give
You are
him a
both-
nice curtsy.
You are
Very
both betrothed to Tyrells, so you're basically the same.
Right?
You are of equal importance this week.
So adorable.
I mean, that'll make all of us cousins, not just Rhaena, but okay.
Yeah. Right. I'll go into my room and check it out. Do that whole thing. Rummage around. Look in the closet.
Everybody get really, really fancy rooms. You've got big, gorgeous, polished wardrobes. One full, one empty. The empty one will be for once you bring your own shit in from downstairs, or rather have squires and stuff do it. But yeah, the full ones, you have outfits laid out. Or not laid out, but like, separated by day. So like everyone's stuff's all ready to go. Rhaena, you have a whole second full wardrobe so that you have something for like each dinner. You get the feeling. So like you've got extra shit, and your wedding gown is not in here. None of these say wedding gown to you. Almost any of them would be a fine wedding gown somewhere else, but none of these are clearly the wedding gown, right?
Right.
But so everyone's got their stuff laid out, so everyone's able to get cleaned up. The first feast is fine. Everything is lovely. It's good cheer, etc., etc. We are going to take our break, and when we come back, we will be walking up the ramp to a pleasure barge on the River Mander next morning.
It's barge time.
Let's get out of here, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
everybody, welcome back for your snack breaks. We are kicking it at the banks of the River Mander, which is not at all far from Highgarden. Most cities and castles and stuff are where they are for a reason. And yeah, Highgarden is here for a reason. It is on this big ass river, the biggest in the Reach. It flows out into the sea. And this is a pleasure barge. As you make your way down there, you actually see that it's about 4 pleasure barges, each of which is basically a floating cocktail party with room for about 20 people comfortably to kind of mingle. Um, the front and the back have like feasting tables set up for lunch, basically, finger foods and drinks. Uh, the middle is just for people to socialize. The one that you guys are led onto is the largest and kind of first in row of this handful of them. And you and, quote, your chosen guests, out of character, you guys are going to get to choose who you want to socialize with. Whoever you want to talk to will just happen to be on this boat, right? So again, it's all scheduled out of character. It's around you guys, so you'll get to kind of just socialize with who you want to socialize with, right? But you do have the Blue Bard aboard, who is already serenading guests and playing music as people are boarding. And the ramps are generous, and like even the ramp is fancy, right? Like these are not rugged seagoing vessels or the merchant barges of a river trader. These are to those as a pillow-filled carriage is to like a merchant's wagon, right? Like everything here has been sanded to smooth edges, and lots of it's painted up all fancy, and it's just kind of a floating cocktail party. And as you lot, who are kind of the first to arrive, it's your week. Of course, it's not the Lady Olena's week. Of course, it's your week. As you arrive, and the broad, generous ramp is being lowered into place by it swings down from the barge onto the shore by a pair of strapping Reach men-at-arms, striking a pose right on the edge of the ship with one booted foot up on like the side rail, and with his cape and hair in the breeze. You see a flash of silver hair, and you hear, "Ah, dear nieces and nephews, so pleasant to see you again."
It's him.
And Uncle Orain Waters
How did he get invited to this?
to have somehow arrived because his teleport on water has got him here.
He's Burnley, I swear.
Maybe he's supposed to be captaining this ship. Maybe he just showed up and saw it and like snuck aboard. No one's sure, but he's standing there striking a pose as the plank goes down, so he's in view, and he sweeps off his broad-brimmed hat and sketches you a so deep it might be insulting to someone else, like it's almost a sarcastic bow. Instead, it's just him being flamboyant. And he sweeps broad with his hat and welcomes you on board before straightening up and reaching out a hand to help Rhaena across.
Oh, cousin.
My lovely niece, the belle of the ball, the bride of the week, you must pardon me, I'm afraid I may be hungover.
I'm unsurprised, Uncle. Thank you very
Rhaena
much
of the
for the
river.
hand. Maybe
But
I
come,
should help
come.
you onto the boat.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I have trouble with land legs. It's all weird and still. But come. Aha, Baela. Oh, and the strapping Sir Balin, of course. My new nephew. Is that Scorpion? However did you steal it away from the people of Will? Ha! Just kidding. Don't tell me. I'll be devil to try it myself. Come. Welcome aboard. No idea what the ship's named. Come. Ah, Sir Lucerys and the strapping Lady Valena Toland.
Uncle?
Ah. If you'd like, when we sail down the Mander, we could leave
It will
him
not
there,
be
Valena.
necessary, Uncle.
He's
Whatever
like,
it
no.
is.
We could abandon him and just keep sailing, Lady Valena. The offer never
Uncle, after a
expires.
mountain collapsing on me, a mere waterfall is of little concern. Tread lightly.
Ah, if ever I would insult you a purpose, nephew, it is now, when you are still struggling the lingering effects of your unpleasant interaction with that unpleasant fellow.
And
But
the prize is quite fine.
Out of respect for the Lady Valena and her dignity, injured as it will soon become when she finds herself wed to one of the least of my line, I will be respectful, and I will not steal your betrothed away.
This is him being
Come.
respectful.
Welcome aboard. Ah, and the other least of my line. Hello, nephew. Come, let me help.
This fucking guy.
Welcome aboard.
Yes, good to see you, Uncle.
And you, dear nephew, and you. Well, let's pause, yep, good to see you. Nothing really to say. And then he just moves on to the next guest and starts flirting outrageously with everyone. You can't help but notice he does occasionally sneak a glance around like he's worried whoever is supposed to captain this vessel might show up and say something, or maybe Lady Olenna is gonna roll up and make fun of his hair or something. But he's just it's just this occasional glance around, in between guests. But yeah,
he's gonna captain the boat, and then we're gonna have our speed crossover.
So yeah, he just flirts outrageously with everyone in a way that never quite gets a rise out of anybody. You hear Mary Crane's high pealing laughter ringing like a bell, and Parman Crane just gives a shake of his head like, I'm gonna start a war if I just throw him overboard. I'll be the one. He's like, and I'll be the one that gets in trouble for disrupting the party.
We're allowed to throw him overboard.
Yeah. So just he goes down the line, and just everybody gets a personal assist on board the vessel that he doesn't even claim to know the name of, and he flirts outrageously with everyone, and yeah, and off you go. So then there are some. It's guided down the river by some guys with long poles. Basically, they just kind of shove off from the shore and out into the Mander. And you guys are just kind of coasting leisurely downriver. There are, swans and stuff in the water. There's the occasional leaping fish that strikes a pose in the middle of its jump, just right every time. So you can see that even the river itself is overflowing with prosperity and life. And there's this cool water from this broad river that keeps the temperature low. So even though you're leaving in kind of the late morning, you get the feeling it's just not going to be unpleasant. And yeah, it's just this lovely barge with this bard strumming in the background, and there are finger foods and drinks aplenty, and 20-ish of your favorite people are here. So who wants to describe their outfit and name one person they see first. So we will slowly populate the barge, is kind of my thought.
I can go first. Nobody else wants to?
Yeah, I want to go last.
Okay. Nope. No, you said first.
She said she wants to go last. So, all
but
right.
she beat us on the buzzer in per Jeopardy rules.
You're it. Go.
So, Luke, what we got?
So, borrowing from some imagery from Pinterest that Ash found, Luke is wearing a very puffy white open shirt, dark pants, no armor because it hurts his bruised body. He is very, at least dressed as if he's very relaxed in his environment. And he's got a level to talk to you, but the only one he really wants to having him in conversation with is Lady Danet, if she's here. Lady Iris, if she's here.
All right. Iris Danet and Bryce Karen, her new husband, will both be aboard
Super
there.
comfortable.
Who wants to go next? Is it Ash or Erica?
I'll go, but I'll have to get back to you on the person because I've been trying to manage some pictures on the side here real quick, so I wasn't thinking about it. So let me copy this.
I appreciate the share there, Erica.
Yep. So I'm wearing a long dress with a long slit up one leg, and in the picture it's white, but I imagine it's a little bit more like burgundy kind of a color instead of white. The top has some really thick straps over her shoulders that go to a little bit looser but form-fitting top around her chest, and otherwise it's fairly form-fitting otherwise on the dress. She has spruced it up a little bit herself with some crap, I've forgotten the word for the arm things.
Bracer?
Some bracers from some of her armor sets, and a single small pauldron on one shoulder that she kind of attaches to the straps of the dress with some like sewing needles or pins or something with the help of Mega.
So yeah, just a little nod to her martial stuff, but still overall very much a gorgeous ladylike sexy gown.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're gonna get back to me with someone else that you see.
Yeah, I will have someone.
And again, that was, this is not counting your hubby.
Yeah, that was too easy of an answer.
Yep. Okay.
Damn it,
then.
That means I don't get to pick Willis.
Nope. He's gonna be here. So what do we got from Addam?
So Addam's in the house colors. I have the idea of it's an outfit that Joffrey wears in one of the seasons of the show. It's like a deep red but with kind of gold pattern on it, and it has it's kind of knee length with a belt around the middle, and high boots and regular kind of breeches, but it's got false sleeves. So there's the actual sleeves, which are quite close fitting, that are the deep red, but then there's these kind of very, very long false sleeves that kind of drape over the outside, longer than the tunic is, that have got the pattern on them. So so it's quite kind of big and flouncy, but in a practical and kind of traditional Westerosi way. So he's looking proper, but also fancy.
Nice. So still kind of flowing and comfortable, but on a basic chassis of Westerosi garb. So cool. What's an NPC that you see that is around?
I would like to request Lord Renly.
All right, your request is noted.
Why is that
but
funny?
he can also be on the barge. Uh,
All right, okay.
doesn't mean you get him, but yeah, he's here.
Damn.
All right, Rhaena.
Oh, her outfit.
It's like what? Sorry,
Here, I
distracted
have
by
it.
things.
Oh shit! Yeah, I had it.
All right.
Her outfit is this dress. Notice how it's very Highgarden-y in colors, but the collar part, the harness or the brace that goes over her shoulders, that is it's gold also, but it's got the red stones, the wine colored like.
To give a Nymaryen twist.
Yeah, and it goes
Nice.
with everything else, so it just kind of works.
Okay.
And she's wearing a piece of jewelry that I love, and I'm finding the jar things. And it is, and her hair is all the way up because
Okay.
you never know. When you're talking about a barge in my family, people could get thrown in the water. Because I think we can all swim. At least I can.
Yeah.
Luke has at least once.
I think it's based on
did
athletics.
not.
Right.
I did not catch a woman, but she was half Merlin. We've all decided. So.
Yes,
All right,
much-
so her piece of jewelry is like this snake thing that's arm wrapped, but it's a wyvern instead, so it's got little wings.
Cool.
Nice.
Nice.
And but it goes with the whole outfit with the glittery wine-colored eyes. And
All right. And what is an NPC that is aboard?
other than Willis, right? He's
Yes.
bonus.
Yes, Willis is attached to you
Okay.
this week, unless you specifically say you're ditching him.
I'm not
he
ditching
is-
him.
Okay.
This loser, we're gonna ditch his ass.
Yeah. Go get laid before Monday.
Woo!
Wow. We're Sir Roland Storm.
Okay.
He came along.
And Iris Dannett and Bryce Karen are here, so
Right.
it's
So he came along with them.
brothers here. Alrighty. Let's loop back around to Baela. Baela, name that NPC.
There's a lot of NPCs that are going to have some really juicy conversations, but it sounds like there's going to be a couple already on here. So I'm going to go with Sir Garrus Drinkwater.
Whoa,
Okay.
So good conversations, but maybe leaving some interesting ones also for later in the week.
Okay. And that gets us up to 15-ish. So we can do like one round of conversing here, and then I'll probably do a second pass real quick where each of you picks another NPC, and that gets us to a total head count of about 20, which is about what we're supposed to be at. So I figure that's as good a way to do it as any. There is mingling going on in the background, so you guys are not the only ones on this barge. There's about a half dozen people still unaccounted for. But yeah, you are just gently floating down the Mander, and everyone's having it's some weak wine. They've watered it down and kind of spiced it, and cut it with some juices and stuff, so that it is a beverage instead of an alcoholic drink for the moment. And there's berries for snacks. There's some little breads and cheeses for snacks. There's just an assortment of kind of finger food snacks. There's the bard softly strumming midships, providing a soundtrack to everybody. Wants to take point and do some conversating.
Are there like divans and stuff For lounging.
Yeah, along the sides of the ship, there are some like padded benches. They're not like full on like this is my fainting couch levels of comfort, but
Oh,
like
damn it.
for a boat, it's hella padded, right, and really soft and smushy and comfy and stuff.
If nobody else wants to go first, I can go.
Go ahead.
I'm going to look to Lady Valeda and say, my lady, if you will excuse me for a moment, I have something to take care of.
Don't just pee over the edge. I think they'll get cross with us.
Is like into the plant? Is that better?
Is that the plan?
But honestly, my lady, you are welcome to come with. I just need to say embarrassing things for a moment.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to miss that, would I? Come,
Then please come with.
let's go shame you. She
Yes,
says with a
indeed.
cheerful smile.
And I'm gonna go look for Iris Dannett, who is probably avoiding me as much as she can. I'm sure.
She is standing there with her lovely husband, Bryce Karen, whose long hair is wafting in the breeze.
Like yours.
Yeah,
I will give him a polite bow, and I will address her.
I was just going to
Lady
describe
Iris.
a brief outfit for her. She's in a flowing yellow gown with kind of black trim as a secondary color, the colors of House Karen. But she's mostly in this kind of, bright yellow with just a few black accoutrements, a ribbon here and there to flow in the breeze, rather like the wings of a songbird, let's say, that sort of thing. But so she is in full on Karen plumage, and dressed as befits the new lady of Night Song.
Lady Iris, may I have a word?
She gives a polite, if somewhat fake, smile. Lord Bryce gives a nod of greeting, and kind of lifts a curious eyebrow, like wondering what's up. But yeah, then Lady Iris says, Sir Lucerys, of course you may.
Your Lord Husband is, of course, welcome to stay, though I do intend to say something rather embarrassing to myself. Lady Iris, I'm sorry for what you were put through. And I, to some degree, to what degree I can, understand. I understand you in a position to dread the idea that I may one day call upon you, and all that. I get it. To a degree, I get it. But I just want to let you know that I'm sorry for that. I never intended to put you through such a thing, and if I'd ever known, if you'd ever come to me and let me know who you were, I would have stopped at nothing to get you back home. I'm sorry our ancestors' animosity meant we could not come together and help each other in that regard. And I understand why you were uncomfortable with me and always will be, but I apologize for it. Lady Iris.
I appreciate your candor, Sir Lucerys, but there's no need for such ill will to linger between us.
I have none towards you. You may still have some towards me. That is fine, but I still had to say what I had to say. Lady Iris, please have a good life, and your Lord Husband seems like a good man. Please find peace with him.
I assure you, I have done so. The squabbles of your grandfather and my father need not trouble us anymore. And again, House Dennett has been returned to the Nymaryen fold, where it stood for generations atop generations, and we are ever, of course, your loyal bannermen. There need be no ill feelings between us. And
That
I
is,
say
of
that there are none.
course, that is, of course, the case. It does not change the awkward position you may have found yourself in. And I understand that to at least the degree I can. But I apologize for that.
I will
And,
not tell you that all is well a third time, Sir Lucerys. Relax. Enjoy your betrothed and this lovely barge. All is fine and well.
Lady Iris, thank you. Please find happiness and do what you need to do. And with that, I will step away and give her her space.
I can just see, like, every time you're in her presence that this conversation keeps happening.
He's never.
He's got a lot of guilt.
He's never actually said this to her, although he has been intending it for a long time. So,
No, that's fine.
Lady Rhaena follows you in silence and gives your hand a squeeze. And you see Lady Iris turn to Lord Bryce, and they speak softly as you turn and leave.
she may still hate me, but I have said what I have to say. So,
All right then. Who would like to go next? Anyone in particular, or shall we have some NPCs do some things potentially?
Adam's just hanging out. Like, we'll talk to people. I don't have like a particular like burning.
I want to pay for bitches from all of you motherfuckers.
What? Sorry?
I want painful admissions from all of you, you motherfuckers.
Painful admission.
Unfortunately, there is no one present that I have a painful admission to make to. So.
I have no idea what it's like to have painful admissions.
So after a few moments of mingling, you see Lord Renly and Sir Roland, who had stepped a polite distance away as other people came over to talk. They kind of close the gap again. Lord Renly makes some sort of clever jape that eases whatever tension may have lingered. And you can see that those Stormlanders are talking to one another.
Look at them being dashing together.
Mary Crane is telling some awful joke to Orain Waters. Who spits,
I don't like this at all.
Who spits out some wine at it. Parman is standing about 2 steps away, looking like a watchdog. Just like hovering protectively over his little sister, who is mingling with the bastard of Driftmark. Garrus Drinkwater is standing a bit by himself at the moment. That's what we've got established NPC-wise, and let's cut back to a player character. Anyone have any particular conversating?
Well, Adam's not gonna like leave Garrus like kind of hanging around all by himself. So he'll like invite him into a conversation.
All right. You exchange a few more pleasantries with him. He already mentioned a few. You guys all like kind of ran into each other a little yesterday, but he still does an almost Addam, I mistook you for someone a few years older. I think you've grown even just since leaving Dorne.
Well, it has been quite some time.
It's been months.
Yeah, it's been nearly a year since, so that does not surprise me. Although I was not afforded another name day tourney, unfortunately, for turning 10 and 7.
We don't have that many years, Addam.
Well, no, I mean, 6 and 10 is a big one, so we do that every year.
I heard there was some trouble in the Riverlands. something about a siege, or perhaps not.
Oh,
The news has been muddy.
yes. I'm afraid I can't shed much more light on it than that. That Sir Edmure Tully showed up the day after the wedding and with a host of men and set up an encampment outside the Twins. We were volunteered to be the go-betweens. We were asked to furnish Sir Edmure with a list of attendees at the wedding, which we were discouraged to ask the reason for. And once we had complied, we were allowed to leave. As far as I'm aware, the encampment is still there, and my grandfather's understanding of it is that Sir Edmure, possibly Lord Huster, feel slighted by being snubbed for the wedding, but neither party is prepared to apologise and back down, so they're at something of an impasse. That's, I'm afraid, all.
There is no telling to what depths proud old men might stoop.
Quite. Pride is a difficult and dangerous thing to possess.
Here's to being humble old men when it's finally our turn. He lifts a glass.
Quite. I like to think that that I will not be so stubborn and unable to make compromises.
I'm fairly certain every young man is promised he'll be nothing like his father or grandfather, but I think perhaps some of us need it a bit more when we have examples like the Hoster Tullys and the... I just forgot Ironwood's...
Anders.
Anders. When we have the Hoster Tullys, the Walder Freys, and the Anders Ironwoods as perhaps warning signposts in our life.
Well, I never knew my father, and I know precious little about my grandfather as a person, but from what I do know, I do not think I'm anything like... I'm certainly not anything like Anders Ironwood or Walder Frey.
And that, too, is worth a toast. He would cheerfully raise his glass again. All right.
So, Felicia, who had we kind of earmarked for Sir Garrus?
Well, my plan for him is to get him jumped up to Lord of Ironwood and have him married to Desmare Redwine.
Yeah, his best matches are kind of dependent upon what his status is going to end up being. He's easy on the eyes. He's got a good reputation, etc., etc. It's just still going to be whole different ballparks depending on when Prince Doran makes an announcement and what Prince Doran announces.
Yeah, I guess like Addam might broach that there are a couple of nice young ladies that Rhaena intends to introduce him to, just so he knows ahead of time and doesn't get kind of caught off guard by it.
Oh, are there? I've been looking for some nice young ladies all week. It's good to know.
Handily, we brought some with us.
Handy that, yes. Of course, I did not mean your sisters. I mean, they are lovely young ladies, but I didn't mean that way. Pardon a moment, and he just takes a big drink.
That is quite all right, Sir Garrus. I took your meaning.
Just don't take it to them. However it was you thought I meant it. Best if we just don't mention it. Yeah, he just kind of laughs rather affably about his own little slip-up. Anything from Baela or Rhaena? Any of this conversating catching your eye? Or any particular chatting you want to do with your bow?
I will join in the conversation with Addam and Sir Garrus. So
he will mutter out "Oh, 7 Hills" into his wine cup as he lowers it. Like, oh shit, did she hear? Is she coming here to stab me? But yeah, just kind of a wry one. He doesn't really think he's in trouble. He's just playing it up a little.
I'm gonna.
Lady Baela, Sir Balin.
Hi. You two look a little awkward as I approach.
I'm just always that way.
Not that I remember, Sir Garrus, but sure. How are you enjoying the barge?
I think I tend to prefer land. I've honestly never been on a vessel of this type before, but the food's quite nice, and I certainly can't complain about the company.
I'll admit, when I heard the words pleasure barge, I had a different concept in my head.
Indeed, the few drawings that I've seen of the ASOIF ones are not appropriate conversation this moment. And he just takes another drink. Like, shit, I'm telling my liege lord's daughter about my porn. Shit.
I've collected many paintings of ASOIF barges. Shit.
Yes, I'm very curious about your highly artistic yet highly risky lithographs. No, woodcuts.
And all the people in them are furries.
Yeah. But it's quite lovely.
He's like, come on, somebody save me.
On maybe a less awkward conversation, did you hear that I unseated the mountain that rides in the first pass?
I did. I also heard you beat that cad younger brother of yours. Not Addam, the cad one.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right. He tried not to let anyone see, but I think he brooded a little bit over that one.
What a slop.
So that Sir Lucerys also can't.
Seems that quite a number of people are joining the ranks of that song.
Let me add to my murder list real quick.
I've never laid eyes on the mountain that rides, but from what I hear, my life is likely a bit better off for it.
I can confirm it was not a pleasant experience after that moment that he hit the ground.
Yes, my congratulations, my lady.
Thank you.
And to you, Sir Balin. And he gives a nod towards the sword. I'd noticed Scorpion during the ride up, but wasn't sure quite what to make of it. The fact that you're still wearing it instead of having given it to your lady wife means that it must be yours after all. And Balin kind of looks almost sheepish, and just talks about how the ancient old steward of the place thrust it upon me as we were preparing to leave that morning. But I think they finally took a shine to me. All they needed was to not compare me to my wife for 6 months, and they finally thought I was a fine enough knight, I suppose. And,
he's being modest. From what I understand, there was quite a number of bandits who thought that when I left, that perhaps it would be easier pickings, and he proved them wrong and stood up for the house.
And Garrus looks like mildly irritated. It was over that nonsense. I sent you 20 men. I didn't get a Valyrian steel sword. I didn't even get a normal sword from them. And we rode through. We spent the night in Owl.
Well, I will make sure that our smiths craft you a fine sword as thanks, Sir Garrus.
Oh, I've got a sword. It's just the principle of the thing. been Dornish my whole life. Queer folk the will. Offense intended, my lady. And he says with a grin. Like, they're on the wrong end of the stoneways, so they're taking shots. But yeah, he grins about it. Yeah. And Balin just like kind of smiles sheepishly. Like, he's still trying to wrap his head around the thing. How about Rhaena? What's her conversation up to? Or is she just...
She had initially been mostly talking to Willis.
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
He is charming and dapper, and he recommends some of the finger foods and not some of the others. And, like, he feeds you a few of them, the ones that he first recommends. He's like, I know you Nymaryans have fine soil and rich and fertile hills, but let me tell you, there's nothing like a red wine grape. Here. And he, puts one in your mouth. And, like, he's all flirty and charming and stuff about it.
How low in the water does the barge?
I don't know boat things. So how low in the water do you need it to be, or, like, why do you ask?
Because I thought it would be cool to, like, lean out and, like trail my finger over the water.
Yeah, you could probably do that. It might be more of a lean than most northern girls would lean. It might be like a Dornish lean.
Dornish
but
lean?
yeah.
Oh no.
But yeah, it's one leg in the air like Dornish people do. It's totally normal. Yeah. No, but yeah, you're able to lean over and just kind of fiddle with the surface of the water a bit.
Well, she'll do that at one point and then lean up and like flicking with it. I feel like, tell me, do you swim?
Poorly, but I've yet to drown.
We enjoy swimming in our pools and the ocean.
I've heard of the fountains and pools in Wyvern's Rest.
I'm sure you have.
They might not be as famous as the ones in the water gardens that your uncle keeps. But yes, more than a few stories of them reached Highgarden, mostly carried onto the lips of squires and maidens.
They were quite scandalized, but they did enjoy themselves quite a bit.
They did seem rather taken by them.
At the end of a hot day in the Dornish sun, riding around, whether you're riding on hunt or hawking or racing, it doesn't really matter. It all feels much better when it's washed away in the pools.
I'm afraid I simply refuse to take your word for it. The Dornish have an awful reputation around here. You're all supposed to be liars, and I think that these fountains are something I shall have to experience for myself before I believe you. What? Sorry, centuries of prejudice, you understand.
Well, I can't have that. We'll definitely have to let you experience them yourself. And when she glances out the corner of her eye and she sees like Rolling Storm, and she's, I might need to speak with the Bastard of Night Song very briefly. If you would grant me your leave.
I could join you if you'd like, but if not, I think you can make the walk across the barge safely. So I leave it to my lady's care. It's up to you. Do you want him to come with you or not?
Yeah, sure. Or I could just wave Rolling Storm over to us.
He kind of takes him a moment to notice he's BSing with Renly and his brother, and he kind of he looks a little confused for a moment, and then excuses himself rather probably less delicately than anyone else on the ship would, and he comes walking over with a kind of expectant and curious look on his face. My lady, my lord.
Sir Roland.
What is the problem?
There is no problem. I merely We met when you were in River's Rest for my brother's name day tourney.
We did, my lady. The hospitality of House Nymaryen will not soon leave my memory, though the wine maybe have trying to force it to do so. I think I rather botched the sentence. My apologies, my lady. I am ill-suited for such work.
There was much wine consumed during that time, so I understand what you mean. However, you were, I don't remember how long, it was a week long, right? You were there for.
It was a week-long tourney, so probably most people were there for 8 or 9 days. Getting there early, leaving a little late, yada yada.
You spent time with us. I would be curious since my Lord Willis has not ever visited Dorne. Might you share your impressions of Dorne with him?
I would be honored to. It was as hot as expected. The company was better than expected. There were fewer knife fights than I went in expecting, which was quite pleasant, though not for a lack of trying. What is he? An uncle of yours, I think?
Oh, him?
Yeah,
Yes.
but all told, the week was fine. The jousting was fiercer than I had been led to believe Dornishmen would offer, but the wine was as good as any I've had in the Stormlands. The food was rough on an untrained stomach, but I'm certain that with time you could grow accustomed to it well enough. And and he could tell he's trying to like what would Bryce say? What would Bryce say? Right? He's trying to kind of think of like, and he's the hills were beautiful in a rough-hewn, lethal sort of way. The sunset on the Red Mountains was something like the head of an axe, I'd say. Dangerous, but still pleasant to behold.
That's very nice indeed. Thank you very much. How did? Oh, was he at Lannisport? No.
No.
Well, then I should just be polite and be like, so, it has been many months, and what have you. What trouble have you gotten into since then?
Very little, my lady. I'm happy to say. For a time, my lord brother was distracted by his new bride, and I played a larger role than I'm accustomed to in the goings-on of Night Song.
Have you enjoyed that?
Less than I thought I would, because Night Song is ever my brother's place, as it was our father's before him. But as he toured the Stormlands to show off his bride, I managed not to burn the place down, and had several new knights for him upon his return. My duties as Master-at-Arms kept me busy, and I do enjoy that work. It's simple enough for my liking. I hold no aspirations towards the lordship of Nightsong, however, especially now.
Correct. I understand. I've ever been the heir my entire life, so I rather envy that freedom to choose. You've gotten a taste of it, and it's just enough that you're like, oh, that's okay, and now you can run away. Now you can walk away.
I've no plans to walk away from Nightsong anytime soon. Just not to sit the chair.
Excellent. All right. I don't really have much else, but it's chatty.
Okay. little pleasant banter-ish. He's not as good at this as probably anyone else on board right now, but he is trying. He's just a little more brusque and gruff and rough-hewn.
He's less cool.
Not to make him uncomfortable, but just to be like social with him.
Yeah. It's just his skill points lie elsewhere. But he doesn't make a fool of himself or whatever. He's just pretty aware that he's not going to say the same stuff almost anyone else on board would. Right? Like,
Okay. And at some point, I will probably make some noise about wanting to steal some more time with my groom-to-be and let him off the hook.
yeah, and he will give a little bow and then backpedal away. All right. Anyone else jumping out at anyone else?
I mean, I did pick Renly as a person on the barge, so Addam definitely wants to interact with him.
Okay.
If that is part of a larger group with Lord Bryce and Lady Iris, that is also fine.
Yeah, they're who's around right now. He just.
But I also don't want to leave Sir Garrus alone because I kind of don't feel like I should leave anyone alone.
He's again. There are supposed to be about 5 or 6 more people on the boat, so nobody's alone. He's not gonna throw himself into the river or something. Abandoning him.
Me, for example.
Yeah, Balin and I are there talking with him at the moment. So if you excuse yourself,
yeah,
it's fine.
Leave them in their capable hands.
So yeah, you have Iris Dennett, Bryce Karen, talking to their liege lord, Renly Baratheon, who seems completely at home on this pleasure barge. You get the feeling he has been on these barges before.
Lord Bryce, Lady Iris, I want to congratulate you in person on your nuptial.
You get a small curtsy and a small bow. And Lord Bryce says, well, thank you. Though it was unpleasant circumstances that brought the lady into your care, the outcome is certainly one that I'm quite pleased with.
Well, you seem very well suited to each other. I hope that the tour of the Stormlands was pleasant.
It was, though we got stuck at Red Rodet's place a bit longer than we planned to. The hunting was just so fine we couldn't leave. And Iris kind of leans over and arm in arm, kind of touches his shoulder, and then she almost purrs. Right? It's like a very in-joke comment. She goes, well, it's a good thing we didn't. That storm did keep us penned up there long enough.
Oh my gosh!
And then she glances down pointedly. And then Bryce flushes red just a bit, and he says, yes, perhaps you haven't heard yet, but we are expecting. Soon, Night Song will be filled with the cries of a babe instead of simply the music of songbirds.
Then, on behalf of House Nymaryen, allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations.
And with attention called to it, you can tell that she might be showing a bit, but she certainly isn't 8 months in or whatnot.
Yeah, sure.
But so they both beam, that sort of thing.
Well, on similar matters of the future, actually, Lady Iris, I had hoped to speak to you about Bittergrove.
I'm given to understand that things have been rather smashing while you assisted. I suppose now that I think of it, it may have been the same storm that just shows the Seven work mysteriously. But yes, the repairs that Maester Ferris of yours told us all about it on the ride to Highgarden that,
well, you're Mr. Ferris, but yes,
or yes, you wouldn't have phrased it exactly like that,
yeah,
but you,
yes, things were going quite well. The storm that may have kept you in the Connington lands overly long may have been the very one that caused problems at Bittergrove, but the repairs are underway, and I expect things to be restored in good time. The reason I bring this up is I am to be married at some point this year, and will
oh,
be.
uh, my congratulations, she says, a little surprised sounding. Uh,
Yes, and so I am to take up stewardship of Harrenhal and the Riverlands, and regrettably, I am unable to be in two places at once. So I am currently looking for an appropriate person to look after Bittergrove for you. My sister Rhaena and I had talked about the possibility of Sir Roland um, perhaps wanting to take up the role. I wanted to know what you thought of that.
yeah, they both kind of lift their eyebrows, in and Renly also, in kind of surprise at the Harrenhal news, and then the two of them exchange a look at the specific Roland Storm news, and they Lord Bryce gives a hint of a shrug, and Lady Iris says, "Well, yes, my brother did a fine job in Night Song while we were away, and I think he could keep a firm hand on the reins of Bittergrove." Uh,
Of course, if my primary motivation, my lady, is to ensure that whoever does look after it once I have to leave is someone that you are comfortable with.
and hmm, and she kind of looks thoughtful for a moment. He goes,
So I am of course open to any other suggestions.
uh, "I can think of none better. Would he be made Knight of Bittergrove then?"
Unless my lady has an objection, I would expect so.
Uh, hmm. Yes, I suppose that all sounds quite fine. Have you spoken with Roland about it just yet?
I had hoped to ask you first, as the liege lady. And I did not want you to think that I was merely abandoning the place or making arrangements behind your back. So it was important to me to speak to you first.
I see, I see. Yes, I suppose if that were to happen, I could focus more fully on the new responsibilities that I'm finding as both the Lady of Night Song and the mother. Uh, yes, and she seems a little wistful, a little relieved, a little optimistic sounding, while trying to sound composed. And, she goes, "Yes, I think that could all work out quite nicely."
I thought so too. And of course, we may discuss it more this week and see what Sir Roland thinks about the idea. Of course, any final decision is yours. I just thought it was important to open the conversation. Well, we may do so.
And Lord Bryce kind of interjects, "Would you like me to speak to him on it, or would you rather broach the subject with my blessing?"
I'm not sure which you feel would be most appropriate. I confess I have met Sir Roland, but I do not know him well. If you think it might be better coming from you, then I absolutely trust your judgment.
Uh, if he's to swear fealty to you lot, perhaps it should be you lot that talk to him about it.
Very
But
well.
tell him that my lady and I agree. And then he kind of lifts his eyebrows. Assuming my liege lord, of course, would not mind losing such a sword. And Renly just laughs. He goes, my permission's a formality only. He's your brother. Be rid of him however you like. This is 7 no. I'd love to have traded some of mine away for a beautiful bride. And yeah, everybody laughs at his charming little jape.
Because we all know which brother we.
And it's funny because later on he kind of does, but then he dies. But yeah, so yeah, everybody seems potentially pleased with it, except for the guy himself. So far, everyone you've brought it up to sounds okay.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's not going to just abandon the group because like, he does want to like catch up with Renly and talk to him and stuff, but that doesn't need to like actually play.
Alrighty. Well, we're down to last.
Yeah, don't worry. You know, yeah, I'm getting married, but I'm still a homosexual, Renly. Don't worry. Still one of the team. I'm not. Please tell me I'm not letting you side down.
I still like guys.
If you want to ditch that loser.
So instead of introducing a second wave of pleasure barge guests, in the waning, 6 to 8 minutes of the stream, we will just say that we had a half dozen or so other guests mingling and keeping everybody company. And we'll wrap up the barge ride there, I think, unless anybody had another conversation they really wanted to get into with this lot at this time.
Not really, but
sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to. I will confide in Willis about like why I was talking to Roland Storm and why I'm feeling him out as far as like.
He goes, well, I've only ever heard of the bad business between Nymaryen and Danet secondhand, and I've met Sir Roland at a few tourneys, and he's always struck me as an honorable sort. Perhaps a fellow that may grow better out of his brother's shadow, as is all too common for storms and flowers and the like. Though perhaps not all of them, he will say, glancing to where Uncle Orain is leaning over the prow of the ship in front, currently waving his hat while yelling at some swans to get out of the way. Run, you fools, run! Because he's drunk enough to be a little worried and louder than normal. But perhaps it would be a fine fit then.
I rather hope so.
Oh, sorry. Were you still?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Addam definitely wants to talk to Sir Roland, with the follow-on conversation. He's just not fleeing the scene immediately to do so, so he'll get to it.
Are you wanting to just pleasant small talk him, or are you guys feeling like broaching the subject?
Was actually going to broach the subject.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that one then.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Addam gonna pointed eye contact wave anybody else over? Is anybody else wanting to jump in on this?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Where's Sir Roland at right now?
Grabbing some snacks at the back of the ship.
But this seems like a good time to accost him then, because he's not engaged in a conversation with anyone else right now. I mean, certainly I'm going to open with some pleasantries, but going to get down to business quite quickly.
Is Rhaena heading over that way? Or Baela or Luke?
If I'm summoned, I am.
No, Luke has embarrassed himself enough for one day, so get out of this.
But I mean, Addam will catch Rhaena's eye and do their sort of thing of, I'm going to do this thing now, there's a certain amount of unspoken, like, she'll know what I mean kind of thing. Of like, you can come over and join this if you want.
For Baela, she's happy to let others kind of navigate those waters more, but if someone gets her attention or calls her over, she will absolutely be there for it.
All right. I mean, I think it's up to Baela. Does she notice the eye contact between siblings that then cut like sharks through the pleasure barge crowd? Like, does she notice the convergence
We're
and want to
working on
join in
this,
or no?
you know? We're working on this communication without speaking thing.
If she sees them converge together,
Yeah.
I think she'll put two and two together based upon conversations
All right.
and head over.
So 3/4 of the young scions of House Nymaryen converge on the hapless bastard who's just trying to get his snack on. So he's got this little silver plate with some cheeses on it. And he turns and lifts an eyebrow.
It's like, hello.
Your pardon. And he goes, your pardon. And then he like makes like a big buffet line sidestep, right? Like that kind of big step, like to get out of the way, especially that like big guys are used to doing, because he's used to taking up some space. So he's like, your pardon. And he sidesteps.
Thank you, Sir Roland. Most gracious of you. It's good to see you again. I must say it's been what, a year?
Close to it. Close to it.
I grab a plate and I start loading it up.
Yeah, like Addam will definitely be kind of like carefully selecting some things. I was just speaking with your Lord Brother and Lady Iris. You probably know already that I've been stewarding Bittergrove since last year.
I think the Lady Iris may have mentioned something about it. And I heard Ferris catching her up, singing your praises, I would call it, on the ride here. Remember Grandpa's group was kind of just gathering people as it slowly rolled westward.
I dare say things have gone passably well, and as I understand it, you have been capably handling Night Song in your brother's absence.
No one died, but I don't think I've renewed any social programs or was it they were calling it Addam's silo, the full of grain, the silo, yeah. And he's looking around like, is that the right word, silo? Like, yes.
It's a granary.
Yeah. Well, the Maester said they were calling it Addam's silo.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Well, it's the first time it's been filled in so long.
Out of character, don't forget that the dead brother's name was also Addam, so...
Oh, shit, yeah, I forgot about that.
Could be some dispute which Addam.
Well, I mean, it depends on the spelling, because their names are spelled differently.
But you might need to talk to Mr. Ferris about that to see which Addam they're referring to.
Yes. But, yeah. Anyway.
But he's like, yeah, I gotta keep people fed in the wintertime and such.
Yes, quite. Yes, the storm made some of that difficult, but things are going well enough.
And he nods at Sir Balin. He goes, also, I know the Stoneway in general had some bandit problems, but I think that all got paid to while you lot were at the Riverlands and such.
Certainly, Sir Balin has done well there. I'm unfortunately due to leave. I'm looking for someone to take over Bittergrove, as I have to go steward somewhere else that is sufficiently far from Bittergrove that I cannot do both at once. And I, with your brother and Lady Iris's blessing, I would like to ask how you would feel about coming to Steward Bittergrove. It is smaller than Night Song. I have no doubt that you could manage it
It's Rhaena, like with a grape.
capably.
Yeah,
And you are someone that Lady Iris and Lord Bryce trusts, which I think is of utmost importance. They are amenable to the idea if you are.
Well, I never.
There's no great rush to answer. I only ask that you think it over.
As a storm, you must know I've not ever really been trained in much besides proper night work. And here he nods to Sir Balin, and not the bookkeeping and such. I've never hoped to be much more than a man at arms, or sorry, a master at arms somewhere.
I understand. There is, of course, Mr. Ferris at Bittergrove, who is very capable and has certainly offered a great deal of guidance to me as well. I'm sure he would gladly do the same for you. And I can certainly do what I can in preparing you and bringing you up to speed as well. I'd indeed be happy to do so. I will be returning that way before I have to move on. I would be happy to spend a month there with helping you get to grips with it.
And he kind of looks from Addam to Rhaena and Baela, and begging your lords and ladies' pardons, but when you say steward the place, would this be a temporary position or something longer term?
The view, well, unless things change dramatically, it is my belief that Lady Iris intends to remain at Nightsong and not return to Bittergrove, so you would become the Knight of Bittergrove.
Rhaena nods.
Huh.
So it would be much more of a formal, permanent, landed position.
And you'd be sworn
And he's
to House Nymaryen.
You would become a formal bannerman of House Nymaryen. We can even well, and with what that entails, we can also find you a good marriage match based on that.
it's good luck on that one. And he's like chewing thoughtfully on a bit of his lip, like right near a terrible scar. Like you get the feeling he kind of chews on that spot a lot. Not like creepy Heath Ledger Joker style, but just like that's his thoughtful expression. You know, me a landed knight. Never. Could I still visit Nightsong from time to time? Never been an uncle, and
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I would encourage that. You needn't be there every waking hour.
Uncle,
and then
to
he-
echo Baela.
yeah, he beams. We'll say that the twins said it at the same time just to be funny, and he kind of grins and goes, "Hi." Apparently, once he got married, even my brother figured out where it went, and he's got the Lady Iris expecting.
Addam just sort of like does a sort of polite little.
So
like,
turns out I'll be the only bastard at Nightsong after all. But let me talk with Bryce and Lady Iris on it. But I think I'd feel a fool to turn down a landed knighthood.
Is it, like I say, you don't have to answer right away. I encourage you to speak with your brother on the matter, and as long as I have an answer before I head south again, then all is well.
Aye.
I was just say, if you don't want it, don't feel that you have to take it.
Don't take the landed knighthood, he tells the storm. Begging your pardon, Lord Addam.
Be a bunch of attractive women after you. You have a lot of wealth and power. You don't want it.
It is a deeply held belief of mine that everyone should have a choice in what they do with their own life, and it may seem an obvious one to you, but to me it's important that we do these things intentionally.
And that's all well and good in the South, but I think you'll find it's not such a deeply held belief that bastards get to choose their lots, that you'll find many of us that would turn down a landed knight in Dorne, but I don't reckon they'll kill me. And he kind of tosses his head at Balin, like,
Right.
it's like, I don't suppose Bittergrove's got one of them Valyrian steel pig stickers lying around, and Iris just ain't mentioned it yet. But
Sadly, no.
Unfortunately not.
but if Balin can move south, I suppose maybe a bastard could manage it too.
If Baela's willing to go down south.
And of course, you would, as a bannerman, you will be under our sheltering wings, so to speak. So do not think that it will be terribly dangerous for you.
Well, and then you guys hear the ting, 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 as standing right next to the bell that's at the prow of the ship, Uncle Orain is instead clanging two, like, champagne flutes together, to get everyone's attention, for a toast.
Oh, Lord.
And clang, clang, clang. Attention! Your captain has an urgent announcement to make. While I was rescuing us from the imminent danger of a disastrous collision with those thankless swans left paddling cheerfully in our wake, while I waved my hat to keep them away, I remembered that I'd stolen a letter and stowed it in my hat earlier this morning before captaining this vessel. And in order to seize the initiative and steal the thunder from my wrapped in swaddling clothes children of nieces and nephews, I would like to make an official announcement. And he pulls out this letter. And as he unfolds it, you see the seal of House Nymaryen.
Oh.
And everyone's kind of murmuring, like, what the fuck? Well, whatever. And everybody drifts towards the front of the ship.
I will
And
drift so that I end up next to Willis.
and Uncle Orain takes on a Dornish accent.
Oh, here we
He goes, let Westeros awe at the beauty of a dragon draped in climbing roses. Good turn of phrase, that. I think he means you too. And then he winks at Willis and Rhaena. Go on, drape more. It's all right. I'll not tell your grandmother. So, to help both bride and groom continue to grow strong, it's the words. I offer what room to grow as I can, a humble prince of Dorne, while a bookish uncle, that's right, he calls you uncle also. It's a charming affectation of mine that he has tried to seize as his own. Honestly, this letter thing is honestly just simply turnabout.
Uncle
right.
O'Rain, focus.
Yes, bookish uncle offers lesson in administration and diplomacy alike. Firstly, simply and pleasantly, he says, let the will lands from this day until the ocean's dry. Ha! Fat chance of that. We're here forever, Dorn. Sorry, right? Yes.
I suspect that's
right.
the issue.
Will lands be the blah blah blah, be the domain of House Nymaryen, under the sworn service of our bride's fierce twin, henceforth the Lady Baela Swan of Will. Ah, that's you. That's my niece, everybody. The domain of
Who
her
turned
proud,
you down, Uncle?
the domain of her proud husband, and the domain of their line. The blood of Will, he says, is found nowhere stronger than in the veins of House Nymaryen, and Baela has earned this honor. Well, how about that?
Good for her.
Got the blood of old Valyria as well now. Don't let none of you forget. But he continues. He's a wordy one, this Uncle Doran of yours. Secondly, I let this chore fall to you. I think he means you, Rhaena. The whole letter's to you. I wasn't sure if that was
Well,
clear.
then what?
Let the lands once claimed by the false Lord Anders Ironwood, ugly business that, be split as proof against future iniquity and as clear evidence of the wages of treason. Let a parcel equaling no less than 1/10 of those lands be given to the loyal house Manwoody of Kingsgrave. Manwoody. To do with as they will in perpetuity. Oh, and another 1/5 more to also be granted to House Manwoody, so that Sir Miles Manwoody might be landed as he claims and rebuilds Vulture's Roost in the name of Prince Doran of House Nymaryen Martell and King Robert Baratheon, first of his names, protector. It continues. And let Sir Miles Manwoody do so with Jane or Jenilyn Fowler as a wife, as he so chooses, with 1/5 of the false lord's lands going to House Fowler of Skyreach for loyal if tardy service. Oh, I bet there's a story there. And finally, it's almost done with the math, don't you worry. Let another 1/10 parcel go to House Jourdain of the Tor for their long years of fidelity.
Yes.
Not to worry, he's almost done, sweetly. And finally, of the lands once claimed by the false lord Anders Ironwood, what remains after the above parcels are doled out, I think we're at 4/10. Don't trust me on it for certain, though. I'm drunk. But including the keep, be granted to one Garrus, formerly a knight of House Drinkwater. Now let him be known as Lord Garrus Waterstone of Castle Stonewell, new bannerman to House Nymaryen. May he and his line ever serve the Warden of the Stoneway, and through them, all of Dorne.
I look at Garrus.
Yeah, same. I'm like beaming proudly over at him.
Yeah, Garrus dropped his drink.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? And then Uncle Orain raises his voice one last time. The details, niece, are yours to fuss over. Take your lord husband on long and private rides to see to the boundary markers, and let the lords know you speak with my voice wheresoever you place those markers. With love and affection, Prince Doran of House Nymaryen Martell. There. Boring. As he And he hands the
I
letter
hold
to
my
Rhaena.
hand out for the letter.
Yeah,
You
and
just
he
keep being the center of attention.
hands it over. But with that, dear niece, and other niece, and dear nephews, let me officially be the first one to give you any of your wedding gifts in this silly Reach tradition of theirs. Jumped the gun by several days because we bastards need to seize the initiative. It's
Gunslinger.
truly a miserable lot.
You look utterly miserable.
You're right, I should drown my sorrows.
He's gonna fall in the water now.
And he just turns around and grabs and pours himself some wine. And
Okay, I
you
thought he
guys
was gonna go in the river.
no.
Almost
And
like
you're left
Lannister with us.
and you're left standing there with a rather gobsmacked well, the most gobsmacked, of course, is Garrus Waterstone. But also Balin Swan is looking rather gobsmacked as his wife just became landed knight. So
Yeah, congratulations are very much harder.
Right?
How's Baela looking?
landed, yeah. I mean, you are the Lady of Will now.
Wow. That's awesome.
And that
That's really awesome.
Yes.
I'm so happy for you. And yes, everything is
I'm
going great.
speechless. Great. Yay.
I offer Garrus an arm because he looks like he might pass out, and I assist him to sit down.
he misreads it. And you offer the crook of your arm, and he drops to his knees, or
Oh,
to a knee, and bows over your hand.
Oh
Okay.
my.
oh, Lord Garrus, rise.
Not inappropriate, but
And he stands up, still just gobsmacked, huh?
Right?
Congratulations. Very well deserved.
Fair, yes. You deserve it, absolutely.
I say terribly sorry about wrecking your new home.
I guess no. We long since fixed it. I just I never imagined this outcome when young Addam there killed Cletus and left him in a ditch.
We pulled him
Oh,
I
shit.
mean, in our defense, we pulled him out of the ditch to take to Lord Manderly.
I mean, when I saw that, when we heard of it, I didn't think I'd come out ahead from such betrayal. But I guess the Seven are kind in their cruel way. What was it again? Your ladyship, if you please,
Lord Garrus of Waterstone.
of Castle Stonewell.
Of
It
Castle
was.
Stonewell.
Waterstone.
Uh,
Yes.
It's a new house and all. I gotta write me dad.
You have now. Yes. You have become history now.
And he just is all I gotta write my dad. He's looking all suddenly he's looking around I wish I for something to write right now, and just he's looking pretty flabbergasted. His guests been thoroughly flabbered.
Bard, play us something joyful.
And as the bard does so, you guys see a bevy of tents just up ahead on shore, and the guys with the barge poles, without any order from your drunken, not paying attention Uncle Orain, start to pull over, and your pleasure cruise on the Mander ends with a feast in those big kind of palatial camp tents that have been set up. One's going to be riding back home later tonight. So we will cut away on that pleasant montage as you finish day one of wedding week here in Highgarden with a mixture of dropping your own bombshells and having a few of them dropped upon you.
All right, we beat week 1, yes.
So I hope that everybody enjoyed this first session in the wedding of the wedding arc. This is the biggest, fanciest one here in Highgarden, and we've got several more days of this sort of nonsense planned. So I hope everybody had a good session, and I hope we'll see everybody back here in a couple of weeks
Thanks,
as we continue through that week and move on next to an afternoon of hawking, where we will pick up next session. So thanks for hanging out. I know we got a couple of subs and stuff, so we appreciate that, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show, and we will see you all next time.
Bye.
So, bye, y'all.